broadcast of this championship game is made possible by
the Cherokee Nation, our people, our culture, our history, our future. To learn more, go to visitcherokeenation.com and say hello to the Cherokee Nation.
You'll find us at the end of a lot of long country roads, covering over 60% of the great state of Arkansas to provide reliable power to over 500,000 homes, farms, and businesses. The Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, your local energy partners.
John's Honda, your hometown dealer for sales and service of Honda motorcycles, ATVs, Honda generators, and Honda lawnmowers. Family owned and operated since 1967, John's Honda offers factory-certified technicians and experienced sales staff.
Farmers and Merchants Bank and the Bank of Fayetteville share the mission of Arkansas PBS to enrich and empower all Arkansans. Community, dignity, respect. That's what Me Banking is all about. More at mebanking.com.
I was raised to believe that I control my own happiness.
That we're supposed to help each other.
That there's nothing in the world that I can't do.
I was raised to believe
that the world is a good place.
As long as I work hard and put the effort forward, I can do anything. I'm an amputee, I have one hand. My parents drive me to work hard, and as long as I put my best foot forward, I'll succeed.
It is a overcast night. The rain has moved out of central Arkansas. It's a balmy 47 degrees here in the capital city as we get you set for today's 3A championship game between the Harding Academy Wildcats and the McGhee Owls. Hello, everyone. I'm R.J. Hawk alongside Bobby Swafford. And, Bobby, boy, when you talk about two tradition-rich teams, you think about McGhee and you think about Harding Academy.
Yeah, the blue bloods of 3A football. There's a handful of them. Of course, you got to throw the Charlestons in the world. Glen Rose has been a powerhouse in recent years. But two teams that have 7 state championships each in their history. Harding Academy's been a little more recently. McGhee, a traditional power through the decades. And one of them going to get to number 8 today.
Yeah, and you think about how they got to this point. Let's first start with McGhee. And last week when they played Hoxie, it was the traditional mud bowl. They went down there, and it was 3 inches of mud that they went through. I know I saw a picture on your Twitter account that it reminded you of some old school football. And they've had to play Prescott. They played Hoxie. They've had a tough playoff run to get here.
Yeah, they've gone through the gauntlet of really good football programs. And you're talking about everybody's got turf these days. And everybody's got the indoor facilities. Not at McGhee. They had to go through the mud, had to slop it out, 20-18 victory over a really good undefeated Hoxie team to get to this point. So they definitely earned their way.
And as for Harding Academy, they're 11-1, and their really tough game came in their non-conference when they went to Tennessee to play. That's their one loss in the season.
Yeah, just kind of find out how good you are is talking about when you're Harding. And I mentioned the Blue Bloods, what they were able to do to a school like Boonville in the quarterfinals a couple weeks ago. Just ran a roughshod over the Bearcats, a team a lot of people thought maybe had a chance to win that game on the road. Haven't been tested, have won 25 straight games against teams from the state of Arkansas looking for their second straight championship.
Well, let's look at these impact players for today's game. And really, we've got two good ones. One for Harding Academy. You've got Caden Sipe, the quarterback, over 2,600 yards passing, 24 touchdowns. He's accounted for 32 touchdowns between passing and running this year. And then on the other side of the football with McGhee, you've got Jody Esther, who is just a do-it-all guy. In fact, not only on offense does he have 886 yards rushing, but he's got 9 interceptions on the season.
Yeah, he can do it on both sides of the football. We'll start with Sipe on the Harding Academy side. The top number you see on the screen there, that's not a typo, 75% completion percentage. A lot of quarterbacks in high school can't do that against air, able to go out there do that against really good competition. The playoff run that Harding Academy's had all starts with their quarterback. Of course, we saw him break onto the scene last year in the title game, hasn't slowed down since then.
Yeah, and I said Esther, it's Easter, Jody Easter. And you think about 3A football, you got guys playing both ways, but the impact that he has done for this football team, He's really good on offense, but really good on defense. They're going to need him tonight.
Yeah, we saw Jarquez Cross last week for Fordyce, 8 interceptions. Easter does him doing better, got 9 interceptions, but 28 total touchdowns. You see the numbers there, almost 1,500 yards of total offense. He's a guy that can do it with his legs, he can do it with his arm, but McGhee's the old school style. They're going to pound it, they're going to run the football as much as they possibly can, make Harding Academy adjust to their style of that smash mouth football, and more importantly, try to keep the ball away from the Wildcats, because that's going to be their best defense tonight.
It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. Hope you join us throughout the night. It's going to be a smash mouth game between the running, the passing, and a lot of defense, hopefully. And when we come back, we will check in with the third member of our broadcast team as you're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports. We are just about set for this Class 3A state championship game between McGhee and Harding Academy, live from War Memorial Stadium. R.J. Hawk and Bobby Swafford set for the final game of this 3-weekend set, Bobby. It's much like this entire year. It's gone quickly as we started 2 weeks ago with 7 and 6A, had 5A and 2A last week, and then we wrapped up earlier today with the 4A game and the 3A game tonight. It's been a fun football season.
It has, and it's been a wild football season. You know, we've said it time and time again. I never really thought we'd get to this point with all the cancellations. I think you have a tip to your cap to the players, the coaches, the administrators, the fans, everybody involved, because how many times did we see the game was canceled on a Tuesday, game would be canceled on a Wednesday, and they still found an opponent to play on a Friday night? One time, it actually got a game canceled on Friday morning. They found a new opponent to play Friday night. So, I mean, this is the camaraderie of high school football in the state of Arkansas really showed this season, and you have to be nothing but proud for everybody involved to get this season and finally put it in the books after tonight.
Well, and, you know, talking to both coaches this week, it's kind of a tale of two different stories because Harding Academy got hit hard this year with COVID. McGhee, on the other hand, really didn't have many cases at all, so they didn't have many games canceled on their part. Now, they did have a couple because the opposing team had some cancellations, but it's just been weird how it's affected different schools throughout the season. So it'll be fun, though. The 3A championship's always a fun game, and we're going to carry it right here on Arkansas PBS Sports. Let's head down to the field to check in with the third member of our broadcast team. Hunter Balgavy joins us. Hunter, what's up?
Well, fellas, good evening. It is so wonderful to be with you tonight. As you guys mentioned just a second ago, we didn't know if we were going to be here on this evening with COVID and all we had to deal with, but the final high school football game of the season is here. Now, this is a really fun matchup. Blue Bloods, as you guys like to call them. Well, I got to catch up with Coach Haddock earlier this week when McGhee made the trip up to Little Rock to practice. He said, this is your time to be nervous. These are going to be bright lights Saturday night. You're the only show in town, but McGhee feels like they are focused and ready to go. Harding Academy, they can sling the rock. So who will prevail at the end of the day? Time will tell. But again, it's going to be a fun one. Excited to be here with you guys.
And I promise, I know your name's not Hunter.
It's fine. I was going to let you correct it, but it's okay.
I was looking down at my note card and I saw Hunter. And
AJ, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
We couldn't recognize you. You're covering up the gorgeous locks of hair, Hayden. I mean, you got the hat on tonight.
I know. I bundled up tonight, and, you know, Brett, AJ, it's going to be an exciting night tonight. I'm ready to roll.
I got your name right. I don't know why you're throwing me under the bus.
Hey,
I love you, man.
It's 47 degrees by my thermometer up here. Does it feel 47 on the field right now?
It doesn't actually. It feels warmer right now than it did at the noon kickoff game, and maybe that's just because the rain's out of here and it's just dry and it's nice. Conditions are good. We're ready to roll, but I'm probably making it look a little colder than it actually is. These guys, they're not going to feel anything. They're ready to roll. They're ready to hit. I'm the baby on the sideline. I got to stay warm.
And like all the TV guys, he's actually got a heater right beside him, so he'll be good to go.
I'm going to be right there. If you toss to me, I'm right by the heater.
I like it.
Thanks so much, Hayden. Appreciate we'll check in with you throughout the game as the captains are making their way onto the playing surface here at War Memorial Stadium. And what a fun night it's going to be. You know, you look at the two captains that are walking out there right now for Harding Academy. You've got Caden Sipe, the quarterback for Harding Academy, and on the other side, Marcus Rose, the senior wide receiver for McGhee, both making their way out there. And two proud programs, as you talked about, Bobby, both with 7 state championships to their name. And really, when you think about how much tradition has gone through it, especially in the 2000s with Harding Academy, and then in the 90s with McGhee, it's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's the tradition and the history of. We saw Shiloh Christian win their 8th state championship earlier today. Hadn't won one since 2010. That goes to show the longevity of these programs, able to have success through the years, through the decades. And these are two programs that have had a lot of success in high school football on Friday nights, and we'll see what they can happen on this Saturday night. Oh, as Christmas is less than a week and away.
It's crazy to think that we were just talking about that. The next week is the Christmas holiday. And, you know, I was talking with Marcus Haddock, the head coach of McGhee, just yesterday. And, you know, the last time that they won a state championship was in 1999. And I said, Coach, is there anybody still living around McGhee that remembered those days? He goes, yeah, half the town. He said they actually are all still wearing their 1999 state championship shirts all week long. And he said, last person out of town is going to turn off the lights to come to War Memorial Stadium.
That's what you love about small school football. And we saw it a little bit last week with the 2A game, earlier today with the 4A game, and we see one of the most impressive run-through banners I've ever seen in my entire life. That's got to be 30 yards wide, but it's a town thing. Yeah. You know, the big school level, you have a lot of move-ins, a lot of transplants who work in those cities, but at the high school level, the small school level, it gets no better than 2, 3, and 4A because people in those towns are invested in their local teams, and it's going to show tonight with a pretty impressive showing from both these squads.
So, and really, going back to Bobby's point, you look at the run-through banners, and I know this is very minute to talk about, but I mean, so Harding Academy's got just
a normal,
good-looking run-through banner, and then McGhee, they had their entire town come up with their run-through banner that is half the end zone wide. So, hey, today's officials are Stuart Norton. He's going to be our referee. Scott Williams is our center judge. Jay Hefner, the umpire. Sonny James, the linesman. Tony Brazel, he's the line judge. And the back judge will be Mark Huffman for today's ball game. Harding Academy is about to run onto the field as they are making their way with their all-red tops, white helmets, white pants with a red symbol on the helmet. As for McGhee, they're coming out with the all-white uniforms with red pinstripe and red helmets to start the Class 3A state championship. Glad to have you along tonight, wherever you may be across the state of Arkansas. We've had a great time on Arkansas PBS Sports as I'm bringing you high school championship action throughout this year. Don't forget, coming up in, I guess in March, we'll have the basketball state championships as well right here in Arkansas PBS Sports. So thanks to everybody involved. They do a great job bringing these games to you in your home, especially during these COVID times.
Yeah, it's been an honor and a privilege to be on these broadcasts. I guess it's the 3rd year now we've done the football state championship games. You know, our old partner ATN, now PBS.
Yeah,
we're rolling with the changes, and you know, this year didn't know if it was going to get it in. Obviously, last year we're at the basketball finals. The first day goes off without a hitch, then all of a sudden COVID happens in the real world, and you know, shut down the final 2 days of the state championship game. We were planning on doing the baseball and softball finals last spring from Fayetteville. Obviously, didn't get a chance to do that. Nice to see a little normalcy on these last 3 Saturdays here in December.
Well, the fans are packed here at War Memorial Stadium. We're just about set and ready to go. Is back deep for Harding Academy on the kickoff is going to be Andrew Miller and Ty Duggar. Those two are going to be returning the kickoff for Harding Academy. Kicking off for McGhee is going to be Matthew Iron. Here's an onside kick that's going to be, it's actually more like a squib kick that's going to go out of bounds. And so Harding Academy is going to have great field position to start the ball game as we're just underway in the Class 3A state championship.
Yeah, just a little too much on that onside attempt. Easter had a chance to maybe track that one down before it went out of bounds, but just out of his reach. And Harding Academy, which has got an explosive offense. We've already talked about the quarterback, Caden Sipe. They get the first crack at it, already near midfield, just shy of the 45-yard line. And that's where we'll get our first look at the Wildcats.
So they're going to officially spot the football just a yard shy of the 50-yard line. And That'll be in Harding Academy territory, and they'll have it 1st and 10 to start the 3A championship game.
Kind of to set the stage of what we're going to see today. 5 wide, nobody in the backfield for Harding.
So Sipe, the quarterback for the Wildcats, will bring a man in motion, and he's going to roll out and just have a swing pass that goes into the flats on that left side. It's his wide receiver that time, and it's Andrew Miller who's able to go out. Easter's there to make the tackle, and it's a first down for Harding Academy as they get into McGhee territory all the way out to the 32-yard line.
Yeah, that's a starting running back, but he's done a lot of damage in the passing game. 30 catches on the season. That's a drive starter. Quick, simple pass to get your quarterback and your offense in rhythm, and they're quickly near the 30.
Hayden Sipe, 6'2", 195 pounds. He's a senior. There was motion at the line of scrimmage. Everybody thought there may be a penalty flag, but didn't impede the neutral zone. Sipe with the snap. He hands it off straight up the middle and rumbling and bumbling all the way up to the 23-yard line was Andrew Miller, and it was Andrus Jordan who was able to make the stop, and they just come up a yard shy of the first down. It brings up 2nd down and 1.
Yeah, slowing down Miller is going to be goal number 1 for this McGhee defense. Running back that's got 1,200 yards, 26 touchdowns. Stopping the running game out of the spread is going to be the key focal point for McGhee. That's going to be the first way to slow down Harding's high-powered attack.
Back-to-back plays. They've had first downs or excuse me, it's a 9-yard gain on the second play, so it's now 2nd down and 1. Here's Sipe, going to keep it himself. Works left side out past the 20. And he's finally brought down at the 16-yard line. It's a first down for Harding Academy. Micah Smith was there to make the tackle for McGhee.
Yeah, simple, what looked like to be a quarterback read, but no running back there to fake the handoff to. Just does the work himself, and the 6'2" quarterback able to lean forward and pick up a first down.
Hayden Sipe this year, 60 carries for 382 yards as he just flips it to Miller this time. He's got a running lane. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. 16-yard touchdown run for Andrew Miller. It's his 27th touchdown of the season.
A nice job by Miller. Just takes a little flip from his quarterback. That's a cheapie, but McGhee did not set the edge, and Miller able to coast to the end zone, and Harding Academy strikes in less than 70 seconds.
It was a 4-play, 51-yard drive for Harding Academy, and they're on the board first 6-0. Here's the kick by Kyle Ferry, and it's up and good. And we've got a 7-0 Harding Academy lead. You're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
During this extraordinary time, our commitment to you and your family has never been stronger.
Providing programs and services to help your children continue to learn at home.
Delivering in-depth and timely reporting that keeps you connected.
Bringing you the kind of inspiration, wonder, and delight that you've come to expect from public television.
Over the years, the support you've provided for this station has never been more important.
Helping us find comfort amid the chaos.
And shining a light on the beauty of the American spirit.
That's why PBS was created, exactly for times like this.
And it's all thanks to your support.
We are going to get through this.
And we're going to do it together.
As you have been there for us.
We are here for you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
It was a 4-play, 51-yard drive that took 1 minute and 8 seconds after Andrew Miller got in the end zone from 16 yards out to give Harding Academy a 7-0 lead. And so now it's McGhee's turn to try to answer that score. Kicking off is going to be Kyle Ferry for Harding Academy.
So we're going to answer the bell if you're McGhee. You know, Harding came out, landed a big haymaker to start things off, and now you've got to be able to find a way to respond.
Here's a kickoff return by McGhee's Andreas Jordan, and Jordan takes it out to the 35-yard line. And so it will be 1st and 10 for the Owls from the 35.
Yeah, McGhee able to avoid disaster there. The last thing you want to do is let the kickoff hit the ground, but able to field it up. Nice job by Andreas to get up to the 35-yard line. So solid starting position for McGhee. It's going to be a methodical attack from the Owls. They're going to try to run the football as much as they can, really grind it out, slow this game down. We'll see what their offense can do against this Harding defense.
Jordan Owens brings the group to the line of scrimmage as they're going to come out with 4 wide receivers in the formation, a wing back off the right side. Owens is 6'5", 225 pounds. They go toss sweep to Easter on that right side. Boy, look at him fly.
I'd love to see him finish that run, too. Lowers the shoulder, but you mentioned the size of the quarterback, Owens. 6'5", 225. Every college coach in the country would love to have that size on the outside as a receiver, but he's going to do the chucking around. And that time he tosses it to his stud running back, and this is how you finish a run right there. Lower the shoulder and make that defender think twice about coming up for a tackle.
It was Ty Duggar who pushed him out, so that brings up 2nd down and 4. Ball at the 41-yard line. Got a back in the backfield and a wing set off that right and left side. And we've got whistles and penalty flags. We've got motion on that right side of the offensive line, and so that'll back up McGhee 5 yards.
False start on the offense. Replay, 2nd down.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can't afford to do in running this flexible attack. The key is to stay in front of the chains. You know, make sure the playbook's there at your disposal. You pick up 5 yards, 6 yards on 1st down. The last thing you want to do is give that back with a false start. But the right tackle got a little too antsy, came out of his stance, and now it's going to be 2nd and 9 instead of 2nd and 4.
Jordan Owens under center, brings a man in motion, and it's going to go toss sweep to the left side. Running with the football is Polite, and Polite is brought down after picking up a couple yards on the play. Got it out to the 39-yard line. It was Andrew Miller who came in for the stop, and that's going to bring up a 3rd down now for McGhee.
Nice job by Miller, and number 4, Aaron Chisholm, also able to get out there and make a play and kind of shut that one down before it could get going.
Ball's going to be on the near hash mark, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down and 6, ball at the 39-yard line.
We'll have to wait and see kind of how much McGhee really does want to throw the football. About 600 yards on the season, so they're not going to be a team that beats you through the air a ton, but they can do it.
Here's a handoff straight up the middle. That's their running back, Channing Woodson, and Woodson is going to end up about 3 yards shy of the 1st down. Coming in to make the stop was Cade Smith, and that brings up 4th down and 3 for McGhee.
Yeah, it's going to be early decision time for the Owls, and they got wholesale changes. Look like the punt team's coming out there. And that's an obviously win for the Harding defense. It's going to get a 3 and out to start things.
So they are going to bring the punting unit on to kick for McGhee is going to be Demarius Manning.
That's why that penalty is so crippling, RJ. You win 1st down, and all of a sudden you give it right back on a false start on 2nd down, puts you behind the chains, and tough to get back.
Here's the punt. Harding Academy had nobody back, and the ball's going to get a good McGhee roll and go all the way down to the 21-yard line, and so that's where Harding Academy will have their 2nd possession of the ball game. It was a 37-yard punt, and they'll have it 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line.
Either Manning took a shot or did a nice job faking it as the punter had to pick himself up off the turf, but Harding Academy, who quickly scored on their opening possession, gets a 3 and out on defense, and now see if the Wildcats can add to that advantage.
So Harding Academy scored the first time in 4 plays, take a 7-0 lead, and they're back on the field with 3 wide receivers on the near side. That is their sideline as Sipe looks over to get the sign from head coach Neil Evans. Here's Sipe with the throw. There's a penalty flag down as he was able to complete at that time to Ty Duggar.
I think they're going to get Harding with the receiver going towards the line of scrimmage when that was snapped. His motion took him forward instead of coming straight down the line, and that's a no-no according to the guys in the vertical stripes. I won't make too many comments.
Motion by the offense. Be a 5-yard penalty.
And that is Stuart Norton with our penalty for the ball game.
Forget, that feelings too. Don't want to hurt them today. I was better today in the early game.
Were you?
I was.
Good. former on those offensive linemen just aren't.
We don't. I mean, we've never held ever.
I understand.
In the history of football, no offensive lineman has ever held.
Ever.
Yet it continues to get called.
So it's going to bring up 1st and 15, ball at the 16-yard line as Caden Sipes in the shotgun. He's going to send Andrew Miller out. Now we've got more penalty flags.
I think this might be a snap infraction, and Harding Academy is going the wrong direction.
False start on the offense. 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
So now it's going to take it to 1st and 20 for Harding Academy with the ball at the 11-yard line.
Yeah, we saw the Harding drive on the first one go 51 yards really quickly. In the second drive, before they can really get a playoff, it's lost 10.
So Caden Sipe in the shotgun, 5 wide receivers in the formation. Here comes Miller in motion as they flip it in the flats. They get it into the hands of Landon Koch, and Koch's going to go out of bounds at the 15-yard line. It was Andreas Jordan who came in to make the tackle.
And we've already called Jordan's name quite a bit in this first 3 minutes of this contest for McGhee. Nice open field tackle, and to shut it down after a gain of 4.
So it brings up 2nd down and 16. The ball at the 15-yard line. Sipe has that sidecar in the backfield, and they're going to send those 3 wide receivers to that far side of the field. Handoff. Here comes Miller with a big hole, bumps into his own man, and finally going to get taken down after picking up the first down all the way out to the 38-yard line.
It's a good read by the Harding offense. You see McGee's got a light box, and what that means is the number of players within 5 yards of the tackles and the line of scrimmage just hand the football off. That's an advantageous formation for you, and a big gain right up the gut for a first down.
It was a 23-yard pickup before Channing Woodson was able to take him down. It's 1st and 10. It's like for Harding Academy, they bailed the safety out, so there's no safety in the formation, on the defensive formation for the Owls. It's a backwards pass out to the 30. And it was quickly taken down at the line of scrimmage by Jody Easter.
As far as that pass was behind the line of scrimmage, that was clearly a run play. The blocker was there. That looks like that's going to be a setup play for later down the road where they go double pass and sneak the receiver out and try to get a big play.
It's Ty Duggar who made the reception for Harding Academy to bring up 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 38-yard line.
There's a little nuances in the game you pay attention to. We've got the angle up here. We can see that was clearly a backwards pass. See if they're going to keep that one in their back pocket.
5 wide in the formation this time for Harding Academy. Now it's Sipe who's going to just run with it. Boy, he's got all day. The seam opened up and he's headed to the end zone. Touchdown, Harding Academy.
That hole was massive, RJ. You mentioned that McGee's bailed out. They don't have a safety in the middle of the field. They're getting to the outside to try to shut down some of that screen game, and quarterback draw right up the middle, and there's not a single white jersey within 5 yards of the quarterback, Sipe, and he does it all with his legs, and Harding quickly out by 2 touchdowns.
His longest run of the season was 60 yards. This one was 62 to give Harding Academy a 13-0 lead. The extra point by Ferry is up and good. It's 14-0. Harding Academy, they lead over McGhee in the 3A state championship game. Let's go down to Hayden Balgavy, who's on the sideline. He's on that Harding Academy sideline. Hayden, what's it like down there right now?
Well, you said it. You could just see how big that hole opened up, just parting the sea. You know, Sipe was actually grabbing his hamstrings on the sidelines before that offensive series. I thought maybe could be slowed up, maybe feeling a little sore. Well, I'd say by that run, his hamstrings feeling mighty fine right now. As Harding Academy, exactly the start they wanted. On the other side of that, McGhee, opposite of what you wanted. They want to run the ball, as we've already seen that wing T offense, and it is hard to get points, especially when you fall behind early.
Thanks, Hayden. You know one thing, Bobby, when you look at this McGhee team, they were only giving up on defense 10 points a game all season long. I mean, this was a good defense, but right now, Harding Academy is just pushing them around and doing just about anything they want right now.
Yeah, you're talking about a defense that's got 3 shutouts, you know, beat the likes of Prescott, obviously an undefeated squad, and Hoxie last week. How do they weather the storm? They haven't had to play from behind, especially by 2 touchdowns, really all season long. How do they handle some adversity? Can they bounce back, maybe get their offense to sustain a drive here? But at the end of the day, you're going to have to make some stops on defense. We'll see what kind of adjustments they can make.
So here's the kick by Ferry, and it's a good kick that is going to be taken at the 2-yard line by McGhee. With the football is going to be Jody Easter. Easter makes it around the right side and goes out of bounds at the 28-yard line, and that's where McGhee will have it 1st and 10 for their second drive of the ball game.
Still a lot of time left. Nice return by Easter up to near the 30. Don't have to get out of your system. Don't have to get out of your offense just yet. Still, I mean, we've only played a half of a quarter of football here. Plenty of time for McGhee to settle the nerves, settle down, and try to get something going. You got to remember, Harding Academy was in this game last year. They won a state championship. They know what it's like to play on this stage. This is a new experience for McGhee.
So here comes Jordan Owens as he is going to be in the under center. First pass of the ball game is caught. It's caught by his wide receiver, Demarius Manning, and Manning is close to a first down, taken down by Andrew Miller.
See the arm strength there by the quarterback Owens. The simple out pattern hits his receiver Manning about 7 yards, able to fight forward for a couple more, set up a 2nd and short. No, actually going to give him a first down.
Well, originally the official on that far side was standing a yard from the sticks, and then when they spotted it on the near side, that's when they realized it was a first down. So it's 1st and 10 for McGhee. That's the first down of the ball game for McGhee. As here's a big run. This time it's Woodson. Woodson getting into Harding Academy territory as he's taken down at the 40-yard line. It was Ty Duggar who was able to make the tackle, and you're starting to see McGhee get their running game going.
Simple fullback plunge right up the gut. This is where they get you. They think that you're thinking run outside with the flex bone, but got to keep you honest with the fullback, and he breaks through that first wave and picks up big yardage.
It was a 22-yard gain that time by Channing Woodson. And so it's 1st and 10 as they are in Harding Academy territory at the 40-yard line.
5'11", 205 for the big fullback for the Owls.
Owens under center with 2 backs in the backfield. He's going to look to throw again under pressure. Tried to get away but couldn't get it out as he was going down, and that time it was Eli Wallace who was able to bring him down back into McGhee territory at the 49-yard line.
A lot of red shirts breaking through the line of scrimmage there, almost like a jailbreak. Didn't fall for the play action, and Wallace able to track him down from behind. And if he doesn't make the play, there's 2 or 3 other Wildcat defenders in the backfield to make a play.
It was an 11-yard loss that time to bring up 2nd down and 21. .606 and counting left here in the first quarter. Owens going to hand it off straight up the middle to Woodson again, and he put the ball on the turf, and right there to get the football for McGhee was Marcus Rose, and it'll be spotted inside Harding Academy territory at the 46-yard line.
It's just those negative plays McGhee really can't afford to have too many of. It's not an offense that's built on breaking off 30 or 35-yard plays, and now 3rd and 15 for the Owls. This is just something that, you know, a flexbone team doesn't have to see a lot of. That's why 1st and 2nd down is going to be so important. When you lose the big yardage on the sack, that puts you behind the chains and really takes you out of your game plan.
You know, you think about the size of Jordan Owens, 6'5", 225. He has to really get down to get under center. Owens is going to look to throw. He's under pressure. Still on his feet. Works it back to the right. Going to look to run. And he gets it all the way out to the 41-yard line. It's a pickup of about 4 yards on the play to bring up 4th down. Jeffrey Mercer came in to make the stop for Harding Academy.
Yeah, really nice job by the quarterback Owens to make something out of nothing. Looks like he was going to be tackled in the backfield, but able to get a couple of yards there, but still going to be 4th and 11, and maybe seeing the punt team again for McGhee. But thought maybe this would be 4-down territory. Not really ready to roll the dice just yet are the Owls.
So Demarius Manning going to come on to kick for McGhee as he's going to stand back at the 45-yard line. It's a end-over-end kick that is going to go down to the 12-yard line, and that's where Harding Academy is going to have it 1st and 10 to start their next drive. It was a 29-yard kick by Manning and sets up Harding Academy now.
If you want to join the conversation, you can do so on social media. Join us with us. Just use the hashtag ARPBS Sports.
4:12 left in the first quarter. Harding Academy holding a 14-0 lead over McGhee, and so Caden Sipe brings his troops back out on the field as they're going to have a bunch set right at the line of scrimmage this time with two wide receivers on the corners of the line on either side. Here's a flip. Goes to Andrew Miller. Miller's going to keep it himself, and he's got running lane out to the 21-yard line. It was Demarius Manning who took him down, and so that'll bring up second down now for Harding Academy. Boy, the speed of these two running backs is pretty impressive.
Yeah, you can see Miller's going to be the focal point of the Harding attack as far as the running game. They're going to try to find him the ways to get the football. That's going to go down as a pass, but a simple run play, get the ball to your best athlete out in space, and that's Miller.
Sipe in the shotgun. He's got a bunch set on the near side. Three wide receivers standing right at the 20-yard line. Second down and 1 with 3:30 and counting in the first quarter. Sipe fakes the handoff, now looks to pass, goes downfield and just overshoots his intended target. And there was man-to-man coverage that time on that far side. And it looked like it was intended that time for Ty Duggar.
Yeah, you could tell McGhee's kind of flipped up the defense, kept a single high safety there. Maybe keep an eye on Sipe, but they were man-to-man, not only on the top of the screen, also going man-to-man 3 versus 3 on the bottom of the screen as they've got a bunch formation.
It's third down and 1 for Harding Academy. I would imagine you'd probably see a handoff right here on third down and 1.
The numbers actually favor McGhee here. They've got 6 guys right near the line of scrimmage, plus a safety walked up. We'll have to see what they can get a hat on a hat.
And here's a run by Sipe, and he gets the first down easily as he takes it up to the 28-yard line.
So a nice job by Harding Academy to use your running back as an extra blocker. Still outnumbered, they're 7-6, but able to use the big-bodied quarterback, lean forward and get a first down.
Micah Smith was there to make the tackle. You know one thing about Caden Sipe, in the last 2 years that he's been the Harding Academy quarterback, he's accounted for 100 touchdowns in 2 years.
They just told me in my ear that's good.
Yeah, it's really good. But he needs one more for a state championship as his team leads 14-0, and he stands all alone in the shotgun. We'll look to throw, and it's intercepted, taken at the 38-yard line. With the football all the way down to the 10-yard line was Andreas Jordan, who got the interception and took it to the 10-yard line.
You can see Jordan is staring at the eyes of the quarterback Sipe, and he made that long throw on the flag route. He's able to undercut the route and knows what to do with it. He's got the football in his hands, does a nice job just undercutting the route there, and he does the rest.
It was a 28-yard interception return down to the 10, and so McGhee's in business with 2:49 to play here in the first quarter.
It's a nice job by the safety just to read the eyes of the quarterback and jump the route. And that was a big momentum swing for McGhee because they needed to get a stop defensively.
Owens under center, brings a man in motion from left to right. Looks to throw, going to the end zone. Has man-to-man coverage, and it's no good as he was trying to hook up with his wide receiver, Landon Koch, that time. It was Cade Smith who broke it up in the end zone.
It's just good coverage on the back end for Harding Academy. Take a look at the replay here. Just a simple fade route. Starts getting in the back of the end zone, but the Harding defender, Cade Smith, gets a hand on it, knocks it away.
So it brings up second down and goal for McGhee with the ball at the 10-yard line. We'll check in with Hayden Balgavy here momentarily. It's 2nd and 10. Wing set off that left side. Here's an inside handoff to Woodson, and Woodson is able to pick up a couple yards. Let's head down the sideline and check in with Hayden Balgavy.
Guys, I don't know how well you can hear him upstairs, but McGhee, the entire fan base, maybe the entire town has showed up with tons of cowbells. Those were absolutely going nuts. Really for the first time in this ball game after that interception. What a play, because that was a house call. If he does not make that cutoff, gets the McGhee Owls right back in this ball game.
It's 3rd down and 7. They're trying to get their first score of the ball game, that being McGhee, as Jordan Owens is going to work from under center. He'll put 3 wide receivers in the formation on the right side. Owens going to look to throw under pressure, and he's taken down. Boy, there was nobody blocking Levi Mercer, who came up the middle, and It was just a free on blitz. You don't normally see it up the middle, but he went untouched.
Yeah, untouched right up the middle. That's a blown assignment by the McGhee offensive front. And what was going to be a fade route to the bottom of your screen, but you're going to see it right up the middle of the left defensive end. Just comes untouched, a stunt to the inside between the guard and tackle, and just comes free in a big sack. And now McGee's faced with a 4th and goal from the 13. The offense is still out there.
Yeah, and they're going to keep the offense out there. And you can't pick up a first down. You got to get in the end zone for this, and it brings up a 4th down with the ball at the 13-yard line. Here's Owens, fakes the throw, goes back left side, has one man to beat at the 5-yard line, and he doesn't get in. It was Samuel Polite who made the catch. Andrew Miller made the stop.
Yeah, that play by Andrew Miller in space. He gets off his block, and there's no one between the running back and the end zone except for Miller. And you're going to see him coming to your screen from the right there, just able to get his hands on the running back and able to get him to the ground. An outstanding play by someone we normally call his name on the offensive side. There he gets it done on defense.
I like the play call, though, because they went with the fake to the right side, came back, and it just got blown up on that left side.
If you hold that block for a half a second longer, he's in the end zone. Yeah. Instead, you let Miller off the block, he makes the play, and all of a sudden it's a turnover on downs.
Okay, here's Caden Sipe now. Sipe hands it off straight up the middle, and Andrew Miller has nowhere to go as he takes it out to the 6-yard line. It's a 1-yard pickup, and that time Tyler Stallings was there to make the stop for McGhee.
It's a big momentum swing for Harding Academy. McGhee gets the stop, they get the interception, but now how do they respond from a little adversity going against them now on the 4th down attempt?
2nd down and 9, 45 seconds left here in the first quarter. Now we've got a penalty flag.
I'm got a little too excited, and you want to see a coach get upset.
Dead ball, encroachment by the defense. 5-yard penalty. Replay, 2nd down.
You want to see a coach get upset, you watch the guy right over the football jump off sides, and you're staring at it. Number 4, Elijah White, the guilty party there. And a little too antsy to get in the backfield and cost his team 5 yards.
Now we've got whistles and
a little clock issue.
They're one that had 10 seconds to the clock. So to take it to 25 seconds. So there's 25 seconds in the first quarter as the clock starts. It's 14-0. Sipe takes the snap. Gonna look to throw, has a man. And that's Miller, who's taken down at the 19-yard line by Andreas Jordan. And that's going to do it. No, I said it was going to do it. There's still 12 seconds left on the clock as they did pick up the first down, so it stopped it momentarily.
Nice job by Jordan to come up and make the play, but just simple 5-yard pitch and catch for Sipe to his running back and picks up a first down, and that is going to do it for the first 12 minutes of play.
There it goes. So as we end the first quarter here at War Memorial Stadium, 14-0 is our score. Harding Academy, they lead McGhee. You're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
Hi, I'm Susie Everett, wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday Season. With our busy lives today, we often forget the greatest gift of Christmas. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. I hope all of us will take the time and share the love of Christ this season. May your holidays be filled with joy and blessings. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from all of us at Everett.
Broadcast of this championship game is made possible by
the Cherokee Nation, our people, our culture, our history, our future. To learn more, go to visitcherokeenation.com and say hello to the Cherokee Nation.
You'll find us at the end of a lot of long country roads, covering over 60% of the great state of Arkansas to provide reliable power to over 500,000 homes, farms, and businesses. The Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, your local energy partners.
John's Honda, your hometown dealer for sales and service of Honda motorcycles, ATVs, Honda generators, and Honda lawnmowers. Family owned and operated since 1967, John's Honda offers factory-certified technicians and experienced sales staff.
Farmers and Merchants Bank and the Bank of Fayetteville share the mission of Arkansas PBS to enrich and empower all Arkansans. Community, dignity, respect. That's what Me Banking is all about. More at mebanking.com.
We start the second quarter here at War Memorial Stadium. It's 14-0. Harding Academy, they lead McGhee in the 3A state championship game. Bobby Swamper, R.J. Hawk, and Hayden Bowden gave you on the sidelines. Here's Caden Sipe as he's going to run with it. Gets bottled up. No, he gets out of it, and it's taken down at the 21-yard line to bring up second down. On the tackle, it was Tyler Stallings.
For all your sports fans out there watching, you can get the live game stats before we do. All you have to do is download the Engage Arkansas PBS app for your mobile device.
Hayden Sipe working with 4 wide receivers in the formation. Eyes over as they change the play. So far had a pretty good game as he's 4 of 6 for 47 yards passing, a touchdown and interception. Here's another pass. Comes out right side to Carter Neal. And Neal is going to go out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Demarius Manning was able to knock him out to bring up third down.
Yeah, that's a play if you're McGhee you'll take every time. You'll give those 2 or 3 yard quick outs, and as long as you come up and make the play and shut the play down before it really gets going. Those are the plays you have to be fundamentally sound, because all it takes is one player out of position, and that 3-yard pass and turns into a big gainer down the sideline.
So third down ball at the 25-yard line. I will say, you know, watching the formations for Harding Academy, they've been pretty creative on how they line guys up. Here's Sipe, going to hand it off. Miller works it out past the 30-yard line to the 31, picks up the first down, and is able to be tackled by Tyreek Newman.
Yeah, what you saw there from Harding, you saw them adjust the play. There were 6 defenders, 5 in the box for McGhee. You've got 5 offensive linemen. They like those odds, one-on-one up front. You allow for your running back to be mano a mano, if you will, for the safety. You think he's going to be able to win that advantage, lean forward, and that's what happens. That's how they get a first down.
Miller stands to the left of Sipe. Now Sipe's just going to run with it. Stays on his feet, but is finally taken down at the 36-yard line.
So that's where you bring up the formations of Harding. The receivers being so wide, their splits being so great on the outside, that's forcing the defense to go with them. It allows only 5 or 6 guys to stay in the tackle box for the running game, and that's where you're going to see the Wildcats try to lean on those big guys up front and see if they can crack a big one, kind of like they did on the quarterback draw.
It was a pickup of 5 yards that time, is to bring up second down and 5 with the ball at the 36-yard line. Sipe takes the shotgun snap and going to look to throw. Under pressure, shovel pass, and he's able to get it to his man, Andrew Miller. Goes out of bounds, and he's out of bounds at the 37-yard line, which is only going to be a pickup of a yard to bring up third down. Samuel Polite was right there to push him out of bounds. And so now you've got a 3rd down and 4 for Harding Academy.
Yeah, it's good pressure by McGhee coming from the backside, forces the quarterback off of his spot, try to make something happen with his feet, but nice job in the back end from the Owls defense as well.
5 receivers in the formation now for Harding Academy.
No safeties in the middle of the field, so it's going to be man-to-man across the board for McGhee.
Here comes a pressure, slant pass, goes left side to Ty Duggar, and it was Andreas Jordan who was able to make the tackle. They do pick up the first down as the ball's now spotted at the 44-yard line, and it's 1st and 10 for Harding Academy.
Yeah, that's a simple pitch and catch there for Sipe. It's his first read. You see man-to-man, a quick 5-yard slant right to the sticks, easy first down.
Here's a handoff to Miller. Miller's got a running lane left side, and he's corralled down at the 45-yard line by Micah Smith. And if Micah Smith's not able to go after his ankles, he may be off to the races.
Yeah, they're just finding different ways to get Miller the football. That time on the speed sweep or the little jet sweep, whatever you want to call it, get him the football, and he picks up another first down.
Hand off again to Miller. Miller running lane. Has a blocker and is taken down at the 34-yard line by Nehemiah Barnes.
Yeah, the offense is starting to click for the Wildcats. You can see they're on the football. As soon as it's placed ready to play, they're ready to snap it after that gain of 11.
1st and 10, working quickly. They hand it off again to Miller. Miller meets three McGhee Owls and is able to pick up 2 yards on the play.
And nice job by McGhee rallying to the football there. You can see the McGhee players starting to get a little winded. This drive's picking up speed, picking up yardage. Able to rally to the football there, shut it down for a gain of 1.
One thing that we've noticed in this game, you're not calling the same players on defense for Harding Academy as you are on offense. McGhee, you're seeing guys play both ways.
Yeah, the length of the roster, the number of the bodies on the sideline, significantly different, as Harding has a lot more depth and able to not use as many guys on both sides of the football.
And now we've got whistles, a penalty flag. They're trying to, they threw the penalty flag, but they've been trying to get the play clock bumped back to 25 seconds, so there is not going to be a penalty flag. So Sipe will have Miller to his right as they look back for the sign. Here's Miller, goes left side and is taken down after about a 3-yard gain. It was Nehemiah Barnes who is able to make another tackle at the 29-yard line.
This is where if you're McGhee, you've got to make a play defensively. It's 3rd and medium, so the playbook's all there for Harding, whether it be a short passing game, the running game, or even play action. You got to be eye disciplined here for the Owls and try to get yourself a 4th down opportunity.
You know, these two teams met at the quarterfinals last year, and you know, one thing that Harding Academy noticed then and McGhee noticed is they played man in that game, and Harding Academy has a little bit of trouble for him in that game, and so you can see where McGhee's coming back to that man defense for this ball game. 3rd down and 5. Sipe going to take off and run, and he'll be taken down after a 1-yard pickup. It'll be 4th down, and that time it was Channing Woodson who made the tackle.
A great job by Woodson to recognize draw. That was the play that they were beat on the last drive. He came off the edge scot-free, able to come down the line, kind of break down off of his blitz and get to the quarterback, and Harding is going to attempt a long field goal.
Now, I was watching Kyle Ferry in the pregame, and so far in the year, his long is a 48-yarder. He kicked a 55-yarder in pregame.
This will be from 45.
So here's Kyle Ferry. Snaps back. The kick is up.
Plenty of leg.
It's got plenty of leg, and it's no good as it's wide left.
Plenty of leg, just not able to sneak it in that left upright, and that's a big defensive stop for McGhee.
Well, you don't see many high school kids that are lining up for 45-yard field goals.
Yeah, and the ones who are lining up barely clear the crossbar. That one lands in the bleachers on this end of War Memorial Stadium. Just couldn't curl it in inside that left upright.
So McGhee avoids any points on the board for Harding Academy. They'll have the ball 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. .7:27 to play in the first half of this 3A state championship game as Jordan Owens has got his team back on the field.
If you're McGhee, you need to mount something here. They've only got 48 yards of offense in this first quarter and a half. You need to see if you get the offense clicking.
And it's intercepted. You can take this one to the house because Harding Academy's in for a touchdown, as it was Ty Duggar who was able to take it in for the pick 6. It was a 20-yard pick 6.
Just floated it out there. You know, a little curl route, and the defender read his eyes right off the bat. That one held up in the air far too long as Ty Duggar with a house call. That's too easy. As soon as I say that McGhee's got to get something going offensively, that's the last thing they wanted to do. That was an easy pick 6 for Harding.
So we've seen 2 interceptions in the ball game now on each side. One resulted in a pick 6, one resulted in no points.
Yep, that's what the story of this game so far has been. That missed opportunity for McGhee is the Harding Academy Wildcats have pushed their lead to 21.
It's 21-0. Harding Academy over McGhee. 7:21 left in the second quarter. You're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
Hi, Roger Scott for Big Red Stores. Big Red Stores is proud to support high school athletics and to sponsor these high school championship games. Over 40 Big Red Stores are located throughout Central Arkansas, each one staffed with our team members who have participated in games, marched in the band, or led the spirit teams in cheers. And now we are pleased to bring families, schools, and communities together. Big Red Stores, now more convenient than ever. Enjoy the games.
on the premiere of Dickensian.
State your purpose. Murder, Mr. Scrooge.
As Inspector Bucket investigates a Christmas Eve killing.
His name is Jacob Marley.
Arthur Havisham is bitter about his sister's inheritance.
His dying wish was to disown me.
And Honoria is confronted by her sister.
I saw you like mongrels in the street.
The acclaimed Charles Dickens mashup, Dickensian.
It's 21-0. Harding Academy, they lead McGhee in the 3A state championship game. And on to kick is going to be Kyle Ferry for Harding Academy. Back deep for McGhee, you've got Andreas Jordan as well as Jody Easter. And here's a onside kick that there was a whistle blown. It was a stutter step and then a kick, so I think they're just going to have to re-kick that one.
Yeah.
That's like blowing a whistle in the middle of your backswing.
I thought there was a little confusion on a play earlier where the play was blown into play, then they blew the whistle again, and that time might have been the exact same thing, or maybe they jumped the gun and didn't wait for the ready for play.
So now here's the whistle. Will they try the onside kick again?
Yeah, kind of gave it away, so the element of surprise is not there anymore. Well, they're going to try it.
And it's a short kick that bounces at the 32-yard line, and it was slid all the way up into the 39-yard line. And on the slide, it was Andreas Jordan who caught it and took it up to the 39-yard line.
It's a nice job by Jordan to recognize that. And the one thing we've seen so far from this Harding special teams unit, they're not afraid to put the ball all over the field and make different players of that McGhee return unit field the football.
So it's 1st and 10 with the ball at the 39-yard line. 7:19 to play here in the second quarter. Here we go. Owens brings a man in motion. Fakes the handoff. Now going to look to throw. Goes right side and just a little too hard that time for Channing Woodson.
Yeah, a little too much mustard on it there. You know, if he hits his running back in stride, maybe he can make something happen, but there's not a lot of protection up front, and that's the one thing we've noticed when the Owls do go to the passing game. Harding's been in the backfield almost as quickly as their quarterback has been.
And, Bobby, I mean, it's not like Harding Academy's defensive line is that much bigger than McGhee, but just that they're out scheming them right now.
McGee's having a hard time picking up the stunts, the slants, and the movement up front from this Wildcat defensive line.
Second down for McGhee. Now here's Owens looking to throw again. Goes left side, has a man. And on the reception, it was Marcus Rose for McGhee after he's able to pick up about 7 yards on the play to bring up third down. Andrew Miller came in to make the stop for Harding Academy.
Yeah, you can see the McGhee passing game is really predicated on those quick outs, trying to get the football to the receiver as quickly as they can. Harding was able to undercut one route. That resulted in the interception return for a touchdown. And you can kind of see the Harding defense sitting at about 5 or 6 yards and breaking on the football.
Third down and 3, ball at the 44-yard line. Gonna hand off, go right side with it. This time it's Easter. Easter just tried to stretch it out as far as he could, and he got a yard.
Nice job.
He kept running, Bobby. Just couldn't get around that corner.
Yeah, Harding did a nice job of stretching that one out and able to dive and get a foot and shut it down before it could get going. And this may be 4-down territory for McGhee. You've got to get something going with your offense. Just 55 yards of total offense now for the Owls. They need to really get the offense out there. And more importantly, they need to give a chance for their defense. Even though most of those guys play both ways, they need to get a chance for their defense to catch their breath.
Cade Smith made that last tackle. And so now you've got 4th down and 2 with the ball at the 47-yard line. Jordan Owens under center. And now we've got whistles and a timeout charge to McGhee. Boy, you could see those linebackers start moving up, Bobby. And we've seen so many times the blitz to get in the quarterback's face. I think you saw that coming again.
Yeah, Harding did a nice job of stacking the line of scrimmage, which really takes away read number 1 for McGhee, which is going to be that fullback dive. We haven't seen a ton so far today, but they're taking that away. You've got a linebacker to account for the quarterback, and you've got 2 guys on the edges, and that's really limiting the options. And more importantly, if you do decide to throw the football, you're outnumbered up front. You've got to get rid of the football in a hurry.
Hey, let's head down to the sideline and check in with Hayden Balgavy.
Hey, guys, you mentioned it, too. Coach Evans, a lot of confidence in his kicker. He immediately on that 4th down call signaled in Ferry to come in, even though he missed that 45-yard field goal. He has absolutely no doubt that his confidence is not going to be wavered. He's going to go out there and send him. And he said that's a huge advantage this week when we got a chance to catch up with him. He has full confidence in the special teams. And only as a sophomore, I mean, Nick Saban can't get a kicker like this to go to Alabama. Maybe he gives him a call. I mean, come on.
Or maybe even Arkansas, right?
Or Arkansas, sure. My alma mater, Arkansas State. Get on the phone. Butch Jones, come down to Little Rock. Let this guy kick.
When was the last time a sophomore kicker was offered early like that? That's the question.
It's been a while. The thing about it is, Nick Saban does not offer scholarships to kickers. That's why they've been so bad in the kicking game. They're all walk-ons.
I think they make up for it offensively.
Yeah, when you guys got like Derrick Henry in the backfield.
Yeah, I think they're good. I think they're good. Okay, back to action as Jordan Owens is under center. Now we've got a timeout charge to Harding Academy here on 4th down.
Yeah, a little cat and mouse game here. Timeout for a timeout. Now Harding Academy didn't like the way things were set up there, and one thing you do there by bringing a timeout defensively, maybe you take away the best play for the situation that the offense is going to run, or at least you've got a good idea of what formation they're going to line up, and you can counteract it.
So it's 4th down and 2, and McGhee trying to convert. So far tonight, McGhee is 0 for 1 on 4th down, 0 for 4 on 3rd down, and you can just see it right there. Just not been very efficient on those 2 downs.
That's been the story of the game up to this point. You want a copy of this state championship game or any of them through the last 3 weekends, go to mmproductions.net to place your order.
5:51 left here in the ball game, or in the first half, and the ball's at the 47-yard line for McGhee on this 4th down and 2.
It's too early in the game to say this is do or die for McGhee, but you think this is a situation where you need to pick it up and at least flip field position because the field has been tilted very heavily in favor of Harding up to this point.
So here comes McGhee as they're going to have 3 wide receivers in the formation on that far side with a single back in the backfield and Owens under center. I need to get 2 yards. Owens going to look to run, gets out past the 50, picks up the first down as he takes it to the 48-yard line.
It's a nice job by McGhee to see the formation. You add a tight end to the near side, able to block down the quarterback, able to follow his lead blocker, the running back, and just muscle his way forward past the midfield stripe and a first down.
Levi Mercer was there to make the tackle for Harding Academy, so a new set of downs for McGhee as clock rolls with 5:38 and counting.
A nice job by Channing Woodson, who lined up at fullback, able to be the lead blocker, and got out there to pave the way for his quarterback to pick up the first.
The Owls come to the line of scrimmage with 3 wide receivers in the formation. Owens going to look to throw, slant pass, has a man and he's in and out of his hands. He had it for a moment and then it just jumped right out. If he would have just taken an extra step, Bobby, that would have been a fumble.
Yeah, it's a nice coverage and a nice throw. Owens put it right on his man, right in the breadbasket, but Harding's defense able to keep a hand on the football and jar it loose before, like you said, he made a couple extra steps, didn't have quite full possession of it, and forces the incomplete.
2nd down for McGhee with 5:16 here in the 2nd quarter.
You like to see Owens kind of keep the football, see what he can do with his legs.
He's going to look to throw this time. Pump fake. Got a double move. Goes down deep. Has a man at the 10. 5 touchdown. It was a 48-yard pitch and catch, and that time it was Jody Easter who was able to get in the end zone for the Owls.
Yeah, pump and go on the outside. You see the ball fake, and all of a sudden you get the defender bites on that just a little bit, allows Easter to get behind him in a perfectly thrown pass right on the money, and he's able to do the rest, and McGhee has a little life.
And you go back to that speed of Jody Easter, just that single little pump, he was able to outrun the corner.
Yeah, that's why you run the double move like that. You get the defense to bite on it just a bit, and the Owls picked up just as much offense on that one play as they'd had really in the first 17 minutes of this contest.
Now McGhee going to go for 2 as Owens is under center. Splits his back out left side. Now throws it into the end zone across the middle. We have no sign now on the far side. The judge says no good, as he was under intense pressure that time, and the two-point conversion's no good.
He took a big shot when he was letting the football go there and just not able to get enough muster on it. Did have a receiver open right in the middle of the field, but you see 34 again come untouched. And that's Eli Wallace, and just a big blow to the quarterback's midsection and not able to get enough mustard on the pass to find his man across the goal line.
It was Andreas Jordan who was the intended target that time for McGhee, and so they're on the board. It's 21-6. So let's head back down to Hayden Balgavy on the sideline. What's up, Hayden?
Guys, Coach Haddock said this week how much confidence he had in Owens. He said we put a lot of pressure on our quarterbacks to make plays for us through the ground and then through the air. And I got to tell you, just for his confidence alone tonight, throws that pick six to come back and deliver a dime like that to get the Owls in the ball game. That's got to be really big if you're a McGhee fan moving forward.
Here's Orion, who with the kickoff was able to get it to the 43-yard line, and it was fair caught right there.
Good field position, though, to start things off for Harding. So McGhee's answered the bell. If they've put the ball in the end zone, the passing game got them going. Now lean on that defense. So if they can get them a stop. McGhee's come from behind before. They were down 9 points with, a minute and 15 seconds left against Prescott a few weeks ago. So they've played from behind before, but now they've got to rely on that defense to try to keep that advantage, that disadvantage, I should say, at 15 for now.
1st and 10 for Harding Academy. As Sipes in the shotgun brings a man in motion from left to right. That's Neal. Here's Sipe looking to throw. Sipe going big ball. Has a man. It's Ty Duggar. Ty Duggar for the touchdown, a 57-yard touchdown.
McGhee runs a double move, a pump fake. Harding says, hey, I can do that too. A little quick out and up and a perfect pass by Sipe, and puts the Harding Academy Wildcats back up by 3 scores.
Ty Duggar goes 57 to the end zone. It's 27-6.
It's that simple double move. You don't think it doesn't look like much watching it on the broadcast, watching it live and in person, but all it takes is one false step by the defensive back to bite up on the little out play action, and then all of a sudden the receiver's running right past you.
Murray's kick is up and good, and it's now 28-6 with under 5 minutes to play here in the second quarter of the 3A state championship game. Back and forth we go. Now McGhee gets the football back to try to answer that score.
Yeah, that's a big answer by Harding Academy, and that's something that McGhee's going to have to be able to do. You've got to rally to the football. You've got to be able to respond. That time Harding able to do it, pushes the lead back to 3 scores. Now McGhee, they've got to find a way to get stops. Offensively, they started to get a few things together, but defensively, they've got to figure out this Harding attack, or it could be a long evening here in the Rock.
So Harding Academy is making their way out onto the field after extending their lead to 28-6. You know, if you remember back, Bobby, on the last time they kicked off, they tried to go with a little trickery with the onside kick that got messed up by the officials.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
So, I mean, don't be surprised if something like that were to, I mean, I'm not going to say, McGhee's probably looking for it now, but at some point, if there's another score by McGhee, they're thinking about it. Here's the kick. It's a sky kick that goes over to the left side, and it's taken by Marcus Rose. Rose straight up the middle and finally wrangled down at the 30-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, a 9-yard gain. And that's where McGhee will have it 1st and 10.
And don't go anywhere at the half. Be sure to stay tuned for the Arkansas PBS halftime show with the Baz. David Basil, he's got a touching story of a coach who adopted one of his players. He's going to catch up with a former Razorback now coaching Arkansas's youngest players. Plus, this guy, RJ Hawk, going one-on-one with Cedarville running back Daryl Kadich, who not only clears hurdles on the track, but also hurdles players on the field. 2,000-yard rusher. All that's coming up on the Arkansas PBS halftime show.
Tell you what, right now, that Daryl Kadich kid is an amazing young man.
He's a dude.
If you're watching, you want to stick around for that. Here's a double reverse by McGhee. And Easter with the football has a running lane, as he was able to get out of bounds at the 43-yard line, pushing him out that time for McGhee,
It's a nice way
McGhee was McGregor.
Nice job to find a different way to get Easter the football. He catches the big long touchdown pass. Now you pitch it to him on the reverse. You know, dynamic playmakers are a dime a dozen. So you got to find a way to get him the football as much as you possibly can.
1st and 10, ball at the 43-yard line. Jordan Owens has a single back in the backfield, 3 wide receivers in the formation. And we've got a motion on that far side. We'll have penalty flags. It'll be a false start.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. Replay 1st down.
So that'll back him up to be 1st down and 15.
Again, the pre-snap penalty earlier killed the drive for McGhee. We'll see if the Owls can overcome this one. Just negative plays are just so hard to overcome for a run-first offense.
It's 1st and 15 with the ball at the 38-yard line. Owens looks to throw under pressure, gets outside the pocket. Going to go across the field, and it's incomplete as that time he was trying to hook up with his wide receiver, Andreas Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan lost his footing there. Pass was a little behind his intended target coming across the middle, and now we're going to be safe with the 2nd and long, but a nice job by Owens. Sets his feet, turns his shoulder, and puts some mustard behind it, but a little behind his receiver, and with Jordan hitting the turf, make that one almost impossible to complete.
So 2nd down and 15, 4:41 to play here in the 2nd quarter. Three wide receivers on that left side of the formation as Owens is under center. Pump fake, looking to throw. Trying to get out of the pocket. Nice stiff arm. Now goes deep downfield, a wobbly pass, and it's almost caught by the 2nd receiver. It was deflected first by his wide receiver, Andreas Jordan, and then right there to almost make the catch was Marcus Rose.
Yeah, nice hustle play by Rose, not able to get it, but you know, McGhee's really gotten out of their offensive attack. You know, that first drive, we saw them try to run the football, a couple toss sweeps, a fullback up the middle, and really since they've fallen down by 2 scores, they've relied on the passing game. Not saying that's a bad thing. Obviously, they hit the big touchdown pass, but they're making Jordan Owens do a lot of things that he didn't do a ton of. Not saying they didn't throw the football at times, but they haven't thrown it a ton. And we're already, you talk about in this first half, he's thrown 10 pass attempts, and you know, he's 4 of 10 for 75 yards, but that's not the bread and butter of this Owl attack.
So Owens eyes that defense, now looks to throw again. Gonna roll left side, throw across his body. He's got a man, he's wide open. That's gonna be to his wide receiver, Samuel Polite, and Polite out of the backfield takes it all the way into Harding Academy territory to the 32-yard line. It was Cade Smith who ran him down, and so McGhee back in business.
Yeah, it looked like they snuck Polite out late. Maybe kept him blocked for a count or two, then snuck out right in the middle of the field, unaccounted for just for a split second, and allowed him to get that huge hole in the middle of the field. And the quarterback Owens able to find him for a big gain to extend the drive.
It was a 30-yard gainer that time for Polite, and it's now 1st and 10. Four minutes remain here in the 2nd quarter. Owens hands it off to Woodson straight up the middle. Going to pick up about 4 yards on the play to bring up 2nd down.
Don't forget, Arkansas PBS offers all the football games and more on demand starting next week. Just go to youtube.com/Arkansas PBS. I like going back to the run game there. You know, you've seen the passing game starting to lax that defense a little bit, make them respect you on the outside, try to hit them with the fullback up the middle.
Well, and ideally, Bobby, is you've got 3:30 left here in the 2nd quarter. If you're McGhee, trying to run off as much as that clock right now and get in the end zone just so you don't give Harding Academy another shot before the half. Here's Owens looking to throw. Corner blitz comes on. He's under pressure, gets out of it. Gonna look to run. Out past the 20-yard line to the 19. He picks up a first down, and what a run by Owens that time.
That's great recognition. He felt the pressure coming from the outside, untouched, coming off the edge with Harding Academy. A great secondary blitz, but he's able to spin out of one would-be tackler in the backfield and able to lumber his way for first down yardage and get inside the red zone.
It was Eli Wallace who made the stop after the 9-yard gain. It's 1st and 10 for McGhee with under 3 minutes to play. Ball at the 19-yard line. Owens gonna go with the 3-step drop. Now go to the end zone. And it's going to be incomplete in the back of the end zone, as it was Andrew Miller who broke that one up.
Demarius Manning is intended target. A little slant and go. Perfectly thrown pass by Owens. Manning just could not pull it down. A little bit underthrown, but it really hits his receiver right between the numbers. Maybe a catch you got to haul in.
I was looking for the official on that side down there, and I guess he slipped and fell back at the 20-yard line. So the back judge, it was the one that actually had to try to signal that one in. But either way, the clock stopped at 2:41 and 2nd down and 10.
We had an equipment issue there. That's why the play clock went down to 25 and just started.
Now we've got whistles, and it looks like McGhee is going to burn a timeout with 2:41 to play in the second quarter. Hey, let's head back down to Hayden Balgavy on the sideline, as we've got a 28-6 game right here in the first half.
Yeah, guys, you could hear from Coach Evans right there. I was right beside him. He was fired up when the Wildcats were unable to get Owens on the ground right there. He wanted that sack to change the momentum of this drive. But this is really big, as you mentioned, for McGhee. If they can punch it in right here, get this back to at least a 2-possession ball game, and then you come out in the second half, who knows? But they've been able to move the ball. I think, Bobby, you said it, using the hog mollies up front to run the football. And Coach Evans, well, I wish you guys were down here to hear it, but at the same time, probably safe for the children that you were not down here to hear it. He was pretty.
It's a good thing
let's
you got
say he
the
was
hat
hot.
on. It's a good thing you got the hat on to cover up the ears.
I got the earmuffs. I got everything. I got the mask on. I just had to. I'm just saying. I'm glad I'm not playing defense right now. I'm just a spectator.
That may be the first time I've ever heard the word hog molly used to.
Oh yeah.
Come on now. Where have you been?
I just don't think I've ever used a hog molly before.
Hey, now you're looking at the former 7th grade left guard starter for the Cabot Junior High South Panthers. Come on.
I mean, the school name was a mouthful there.
That is awesome. Okay, Hayden, appreciate you. The hog molly. I've never heard of that one.
We're going to broaden your horizons here, RJ.
Clearly.
I was going to make fun of where you went to school, but then I realized I went to school there too, so I can't do that.
Can't do that. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 19-yard line. Here's Owens, going to go with a quick pass. Goes right side to Easter. Easter gets around a tackler, and he gets knocked out of bounds at the 9-yard line, or excuse me, the 4-yard line. They're going to walk it up to the 3-yard line.
Great job by Easter to make the play in space, makes the first man miss. A quick stiff arm to the outside, and Easter gives the Owls a 1st and goal. And I believe it's going to be a big situation here. So correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Harding Academy received the kickoff to start this game. Yes. So McGhee's going to get the second half kickoff. Get a score here, maybe a stop before the half. The momentum could definitely swing heading into intermission.
Cade Smith knocked him out of bounds, but it doesn't matter because it's 1st and goal with the ball at the 3-yard line for McGhee.
Full wing tee.
Owens gonna hand it off. Works the ball left side. That's with Marcus Rose, and he goes nowhere, and gonna bring up 2nd down.
That's not a lot of size there for Marcus Rose. 5'4", 153 pounds. You're hoping he can get lost behind those aforementioned hog mollies up front, but Harding Academy did a nice job of finding number 5 and getting him on the ground.
Levi Mercer was the one to make the tackle that time, so it brings up 2nd down and goal with the ball at the 3. And once again, Bobby, I mean, I don't want to belabor it, but I mean, you're with it being at the 3-yard line, and you say it takes you 4 downs to get in, you're just burning time off that clock.
No, you're exactly right.
Here's Owens, looks to throw, has a man left side, and it's in and out of his hands. Yeah. That time, trying to hook up with Demarius Manning.
Yeah, just led his receiver a bit too far. He was open just across the goal line, but that's a double whammy for McGhee. You mentioned trying to run the clock. Well, that incomplete pass is going to stop the clock, so Harding Academy definitely going to get the football back with plenty of time before the half. But more importantly for McGhee, you got to find a way to try to finish this drive off and make it a 2-score game.
Really, that's a great play if you think about it, because Owens may have rushed the throw just a little bit, but I mean, you've got a wide open receiver. I say wide open, but he had separation. He was separation from the corner. And so now you've got 3rd down and 3.
That's a throw that you'd like to think you're going to make, but unfortunately it falls to the turf.
Owens going to look to throw again. No, he's going to run. Takes it up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown.
It's a nice job by McGhee to spread the Harding defense out. Looks like it's going to be a pass. And obviously Owens has the option to keep it, and he does so. Able to muscle his way across the goal line and make it a 16-point game.
So McGhee going to go for 2.
Owens just a big body.
He is.
More times than not, he's going to fall forward, and he does so there for the score.
Once again, Jordan Owens, 6'5", 225 pounds.
He's a good-looking football player, and he's starting to put this team on his back. A great touchdown pass earlier. Now he had a touchdown run to his resume.
Here's the 2-point conversion try where they go with the toss sweep. Now a backwards throw back to Owens into the end zone. It's good. What a great looking play that was.
Yeah, it's always nice when if you're going to make your running back throw him to somebody who's 6'5".
Yeah.
You know, going over a defender, and Owens able to go up and get it. A big time 2-point conversion as they cut the gap to just 14. Now you got to have your defense, if you're the Owls, come up and make a play and keep it at 14 heading into the half.
It's 28-14, a minute 41 to play here in the first half in the 3A state championship game. And the Owls, you know, we talked so much about the total yardage there in the first quarter. They've really kind of shortened that gap. Right now, Harding Academy has 276 yards of total offense. McGhee has 184.
Yeah, and they had 50 midway through this quarter. So their last 2 drives for McGhee, the offense has really started to click. A lot started with the passing game, started to open up a few things in the running game, and all of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, we got ourselves a contest.
Never would I have thought that McGhee would have had 119 yards passing and only 65 yards rushing. So Orion is on to kick for McGhee as it's an end-over-end kick that'll be taken by Miller at the 19-yard line. Here comes Miller. Straight up the middle, out past the 35-yard line to the 36-yard line. And that's where Harding Academy will have it 1st and 10 with a minute 37 to play here in the first half. That was a 17-yard return by Andrew Miller.
Yeah, Harding's got 2 timeouts, plenty of time for a hurry-up, no-huddle offense that they run really all season long every time they get the football. So a minute 37, plenty of time for the Wildcats to get done what they want, assuming the McGhee defense will let them do it. The Arkansas PBS is going to make photos from today's game available for free at download at flickr.com/Arkansas PBS.
Here's Sipe looking to throw. Sipe across the middle has his man. That's Duggar. Duggar works the right side, still on his feet, out past the 40. Still running, going to outrun the defenders to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Ty Duggar was able to elude a defender with one play and go 64 yards.
Just getting that one stop, RJ. So one thing McGhee hasn't been able to do. They get a pair of touchdown drives, do the Owls, and the very next play, Harding goes down and scores. The last time it was a big play, the double move on the outside for the big long touchdown pass. This time it's Duggar with a catch and run and breaks a tackle, and that's what you cannot do in space because Harding Academy is going to burn you every time.
And the kick is up by Faree, and it's good, and it's now 35-14 with a minute 24 to play here in the first half. That went one play, 64 yards in 17 seconds.
Yeah, their last 2 plays, they've got 115 yards and 2 touchdowns. Does the Harding Academy Wildcats, and those are back-breaking type plays. I mean, you're McGhee, you feel like you're getting back into the contest. You cut it to 14. They've done it on 2 different occasions now, but one play to the house go the Wildcats, and that's just demoralizing for a defense because McGee's really looking for answers. They haven't gotten many stops, many negative plays even against this Harding attack. attack.
You know, I just had a guy, Eddie Enlow, just informed me that, you know, McGhee threw the ball last week against Hoxie really well, and that's a good point because last week Jordan Owens threw for 227 yards and 2 touchdowns in that mud bowl that they had last week against Hoxie. So it's just, I guess the point of the whole thing was that you just don't see a McGhee team that is really a throwing team. You think of McGhee as a team that's going to run it and just run it down your throat.
Yeah, a lot of times, though, when you start to face good teams, you got to change what you do. You know, obviously, Hoxie knew that they were going to come out and try to run the football. McGhee able to beat them with the passing game. Harding Academy expects them to run the football. You try to catch them off guard at the passing game. He's looked good at times throwing the football. It's just, you know, we get the season-wide snapshot of what they've done. And it's a little surprising to see them come out and throw the football this much.
Here's the kick. It's an end-over-end kick that's going to go deep and land at the 6-yard line and be taken by McGhee up the left side. It's Woodson still on his feet out past the 20 and is going to be taken down at around the 22-yard line. 17-yard return for McGhee. They are going to spot the ball at the 20-yard line. They say he stepped out of bounds, and so it'll be 1st and 10 for McGhee with a minute 18 to play in the second quarter. It's 35-14. Harding Academy.
Yeah, if you're McGhee here, you'd love to get something going with your offense, but more importantly, you can't turn the football over. You've got to protect it. You can't give the ball back to Harding. 2 timeouts for Harding, 1 for McGhee. Ideally, you just run a couple plays and get to the locker room, and assuming you don't hit a big play. But the last thing you can afford to do if you're McGhee is turn it over.
Well, I think you almost want to work the ball into Jody Easter's hands with the speed that he has.
You see the cushion that they're giving on the outside, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Here's this pass to Easter as he gets it out past the 25-yard line, as Ty Duggar was the one that took him down.
That time, the Harding defensive back, sorry there, RJ, dropping off 10 yards, not letting them beat you deep. And so they just a little pitch and catch to Easter, get him the ball in space, pick up an easy 6 yards.
2nd down and 4 after that 6-yard gain as the clock rolls with 53 seconds to play here in the second quarter. Easter is going to be split out wide to the left. Owens under center, going to look to throw, works it left side into the hands of Rose, and Rose trying to find a place to go, and he just essentially gets back to the line of scrimmage. May have gotten a yard on the play, and that's going to bring up 3rd down now for McGhee, as Eli Wallace was the one that was able to take him down. They did say he got 2 yards, so it'll be 3rd down and 2 with 15 seconds to play here in the second quarter.
Yeah, they don't have to run another play if they don't want to, and it looks like McGee's going to be content with taking this one to the locker room.
And there's down to 3, 2, 1, and that's going to do it for the first half of play, as both teams are going to head to the locker room, and Harding Academy leading 35-14. Hayden Balgavy's on the sideline of Harding Academy, going to check in with Neil Evans for our halftime report. Take it away, Hayden.
Coach, huge play there by Duggar to get you guys back up 3 scores. What did that do for momentum?
Well, he's made plays like that all year, and certainly we needed an answer, and we got it in one play. You know, I was worried about our defense having to come right back out there, score in one play. I told our offensive coordinator I wanted to try to put together a drive to let our defense rest, but, you know, sure enough, we scored, and the goal was to score.
Well, you're 1 half away from back-to-back titles. What's your message to the team in the locker room?
Oh, it's got to finish. I mean, that's just like anything else. When you're up against a really good team like McGhee, as soon as you relax and as soon as you let them back in the game, they'll be in the game.
All right, Coach, best of luck in the second half. Thank you very much. Guys, 35-14, Harding Academy. Wildcats liking what they have done so far in this first half.
Thanks, Hayden. Appreciate it. And we are halfway through the 3A state championship game as Harding Academy on top 35-14. You're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
For every moment, for every memory, from that first car to your first home to your first child and all the highs and lows that tomorrow might bring. For everything that matters most to you and your family, there's someone right around the corner dedicated to helping you protect what you love. Your local Farm Bureau Insurance agent. Farm Bureau Insurance. Real service, real people.
Back here at War Memorial Stadium, 35-14, Harding Academy on top of McGhee in the Class 3A state championship game. Bobby Swall for Hayden Balgavy. I'm RJ Hawk as we are live at War Memorial Stadium. And really, Bobby, the impressive thing was how quickly Harding Academy could score the football there in the first half.
Yeah, they're answering the bell. That's the one thing we talked about early on that McGhee needed to do. Well, Harding Academy is doing the exact same thing. 2 long, methodical drives for McGhee, puts the ball in the end zone. The very next play that Harding has it, they put it into the end zone. It's those answer scores that are big. It kills any momentum that your opponent's going to have, and Harding Academy has been able to take a 21-point lead into the half because of it.
Hey, let's check out the first half stats, and really it was a lot better for McGhee as the second quarter rolled on, but their total yardage, 340 yards for the Harding Wildcats. McGhee 192 rushing yards. Harding Academy 149 yards, McGhee 67. Passing yards, really almost comparable with the Wildcats and the Owls, 191 to 125. Time of possession is in favor of McGhee in this one, 13 minutes, 52 seconds to the 10 minutes, 8 seconds for Harding Academy. But they've had 2 drives that were one play drives.
Yeah, the yards per play is a big stat that jumps off there. That completely wipes the time of possession from your memory. You're averaging 12 yards a play. So every time Harding snaps the football, they're going out and scoring. You got to remember, 2-yard touchdown run by the quarterback, the 2 passing plays that we've seen on their last 2 offensive snaps. It's just really great offensive execution by Harding Academy, and all it is winning one-on-one battles. They're winning the battle in the box. The offensive line is doing a nice job of getting a hat-on-a-hat, man versus man, and in the passing game, they're winning the battles on the outside. The out and up, you win that by a step, results in a touchdown. The Duggar across the middle breaks 1 tackle, off to the races, and that's a touchdown. It's those little battles in the game on one play that's really leaning Harding's way.
You know, McGhee came in this ball game only giving up 10 yards a game on defense. Are you a little surprised with how easy Harding Academy has been able to score?
A little bit. You know, you're talking about 10 points a game for a defense, 3 shutouts this year, but Harding Academy is a different beast. I mean, you're talking about teams that have, put up 50 points when they're playing 3A competition. I know they're averaging 38 per contest. It's a little skewed because of mercy rules and the sportsmanship rule, and, some out-of-state competition. They're playing some bigger schools. So Harding Academy has been able to do really anything they want to do offensively, and that hasn't stopped in the first half tonight.
Well, we'll have more of the second half action coming up next, but before we got to check in with David Basil, who's got a special guest, and we're going to also check in with the Cedarville running back. It's all coming up next as you're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
Hi, I'm Susie Everett, wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday Season. With our busy lives today, we often forget the greatest gift of Christmas. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. I hope all of us will take the time and share the love of Christ this season. May your holidays be filled with joy and blessings. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from all of us at Everett.
Welcome to the Arkansas PBS Halftime Show. It's the final game of the 2020 State Football Finals, and I'm your host, David Basil. Glad you're with us. As the players and coaches reset at halftime, we want to take this chance to revisit a few of the stories produced by Arkansas PBS Sports over the past few seasons, including one Arkansas coach and one of his players who are now more family than most.
I grew up in a broken home. My parents, they were never married, and I was raised most of my early life by my mother. We struggled pretty often. I was in trouble a lot at school. The one thing that kind of kept my head on straight was football. It was really the only thing that I loved at the time. Seventh grade, we started to play football for the school. And, Coach Gillerian is my coach for the first time. And I remember he would always invite us to what he called FCA, which was Fellowship of Christian Athletes. And I didn't know at the time what FCA was or what it was about. I just knew that they served free pizza, and I was all about for some free food. I was looking for any way I could to get away from home because my relationship with my dad was, for lack of a better term, non-existent. Growing up, I don't think my dad went to one of my football games. And that meant a lot to me that he would go, but he never went. And And so it was really hard on me. I was looking for any type of father figure, any type of authority figure, any type of structure in my life that, you know, was willing to be that for me.
As a head football coach and just as a coach, I look at all the kids and see, you know, the needs for all of them, and I try to look at all of them. And so, you know, Dale's probably not the only one, but he's the one that seemed to want to do those things, and I knew he needed structure. So he started coming over a little bit more, and in fact, he went on vacation with us that summer. Yeah, we took him to Kanaka Camp. It's a family camp in Branson, Missouri, and it's a Christian-based camp. It's a lot of fun. You do a lot of activities and do different things every day. And
I remember they were taking family pictures of all the coaches and their family, and they said, "All right, Gillerans, it's your turn." And, you know, my last name's not Gilleran, so I'm just hanging back. And I'll never forget, Mom, Melody, she goes, "Come on, get in the picture. You're part of our family." And I've been in the picture ever since.
And then I guess the story changes his junior year, going to his senior year. His dad says he's going to Indiana for work, and it's going to be gone.
A couple days turned into a week turned into 2 weeks, 2 weeks turned into a month, and my dad never came back. And school was about to start, and I just remember sitting on the couch with his wife, Melody, who I call Mom now, and we're kind of brainstorming. I'm like, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do. I could try to, you know, pick up a job somewhere and, you know, try to do something. And I just remember her saying to me, you know, me and Coach have talked about it, and we've prayed about it. And we've talked to the girls, and we feel like you're already a part of our family, and we don't want you to have to struggle through your senior year. No kid should have to do that. And she said, you know, Grandma and Grandpa, they bought you an extra bed to put in an extra room, and we want you to live with us. And I just remember breaking down and being so thankful.
You know, the biggest thing I want to do is impact people's lives, on and off the field, and, you know, more off the field, because, you know, they're going to remember some of the games, but they're going to remember how you treated them, and how you gave them opportunities, and how you encouraged them, and how you changed their life. And so, you know, the Lord put him in our life for a reason, and that we thought he'd be a part of our life, and, you know, a great part of our family.
Smith was my last name beforehand. You know, somebody asked me a while back, you know, why the name change, and I wanted to do it to honor them, and mostly, you know, because all the sacrifices they made for me. You know, you think about a kid, I grew up, I didn't have anything, but they gave me a family.
A truly incredible story. Coach Gilleran and his son Dale continue to coach the Lake Hamilton Wolves side by side. They finished the 2020 season with an 8-1 overall record, ranking third in the 6A classification. Another great example of a football family is the bond we've seen take place on the field in Cedarville. RJ Hall caught up with Daryl Kadich of the Cedarville Pirates for his take on the 2020 season.
Thanks, David. I'm with a Cedarville product that a lot of people are talking about right now. His name is Daryl Kadich. And Daryl, I got to tell you first, I was watching your huddle video, and one thing I noticed, not one, not two, not three, you had 4 highlights where you're hurdling somebody. It's come natural for you, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, something like that.
You model that after like Ezekiel Elliott, or is that something you do because you're a track and field athlete?
I mean, I think track and field has something to do with it a little bit, but I mean, it's just reaction, I guess. I don't know.
Who's a role model in your life?
My parents and Coach Walsh, my sister.
What the combination of them and Coach together? What have they meant to your life to get you where you are right now? I know you're only a junior, but boy, you're putting up some numbers that haven't really been seen in Cedarville in quite some time. What have they really meant to your life?
They mean everything. I mean, my sister's always been for me. She's the one who got me into, you know, thinking about playing at the next level, because she plays the next level for basketball at University of Ozarks in Clarksville. And so they've just always pushed me to work harder and put the idea in my head that I'm good enough to play at the next level. So they've always been there and been those people that just tell me you can do this if you put your mind to it.
For those that don't know, this year, 203 carries, 1,981 yards, and 25 touchdowns. Now, you're a junior this year. Last year as a sophomore, you still ran for 1,000 yards. I mean, that's pretty impressive. You moved from the fullback spot to the tailback spot. What was that conversion like, making the move over to the tailback?
In our offense, we run a lot of the same plays out of both, but I mean, just getting the ball more, really, from the tailback position, running more to the outside. It's been a little bit different, but like last year, even playing fullback, I was playing tailback some in some of our sets, so it was easier kind of because I knew both positions.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Okay, we're going to get you out of here with this. You're a junior right now. You're a leader on this football team. What's something that by the time your legacy is done at Cedarville, what is the one thing you want the younger classmen to learn from you?
Just the harder you work. You know, Cedarville's a small town, and a lot of people overlook that. Like, just because you come from a small town, you don't have as much money or not as much, facilities to do what you need to do. That doesn't matter. That it's how much work you put into it is how much work you're going to get out of it. And so just however, I want them to know that you can be anybody. You don't have to be the biggest person, the smallest person. As long as you work hard, you'll get where you need to be.
Well, man, I am really impressed with what you've done at Cedarville, and you've got one more year. You get to add to that legacy of what you're going to do at Cedarville. So, hey, best of luck wherever you go to college, whatever you do after school. Best of luck to you, and we look forward to keeping up with you next year as well.
Thank you.
David, we've got a good one up in Cedarville. He's part of that Cedarville double wing set offense that you don't see very often. It's a lot of fun. Back to you over at the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame.
Great interview, RJ, and thanks for the time, Daryl. We look forward to seeing what you have ahead. The love for football starts early in the Pee Wee leagues, and it helps when your coach is a big-time star player in his own right. Let's take a look at the Arkansas Hawks and their accomplished head coach.
5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Start the Arkansas Hawks to bring a better brand of youth football to this area, to expose kids that might not ever get a chance to ever leave the state, to take them places but they never get a chance to go. It ended up being something bigger than I ever thought it was. It went from just trying to teach kids the game of football to actually end up teaching them the game of life.
Great job. Enjoy. Listen.
My sports background started back in Chicago, Illinois. I saw my brother in the state championship in 1981 win 4 gold medals. And ever since then, I was hooked. I found myself chasing everything he did in sports. And while I was chasing him, I found out I had a little talent myself. I was pretty talented in track, pretty talented in basketball, but I ended up finding my home in football. After leaving my track scholarship to walk on the Razorback football team, I was able to get a scholarship. By my 4th year, I became the team captain. And like I said before, that year we won the SEC West. I led the SEC in sacks that year with 15, which blessed me to be drafted in the 3rd round by the Pittsburgh Steelers. What'd you strap out, Jimmy? I have one kid who said he's never left the state of Arkansas, and this was the first year he had a chance to actually go to Oklahoma, and he'd have a chance to go to Dallas to play in the All-Star game as well for the first time. And this kid, it's just not just about football. He loves being around, meeting new friends, meeting new coaches, learning the game of football, as well as learning a lot of things about being a man, because unfortunately his dad's not in the house as well. So it's been a lot of great things from that aspect.
Hey, come here, man. When you come from here, don't go here, man. And you come like this. You see, look at his outshot shot. Before you even reach, your focus is here. Turn him back in, and once you get him, then you sit. You reach up because you're trying to go.
Arkansas Hawks is an acronym for hard at work kids. And the purpose of telling these kids that they're hard at work kids is to let them know that nothing's going to be easy for them, that they have to work for what they want in life. And if you work and you give your 100% at what you want to be in life, there's a good chance that it might turn out for you.
2020 was one of the Hawks' most impressive seasons, with almost 150 1st through 6th grade players competing in flag and full contact football. They hope to expand to 7-on-7 play in 2021. Good luck, guys. On that inspiring note, we will wrap up this edition of the Halftime Show. I'm David Basil, and it's been my pleasure to spend time with you here showcasing all that is good about youth sports and football in Arkansas. Make sure and log on to the Arkansas PBS Engage app to get all the stats on the games. If you don't already have it, download it from the App Store or Google Play. My thanks to Arkansas PBS and the Arkansas Activities Association for all they've done to put on the games. And now let's get you back to War Memorial Stadium for the conclusion of the 3A championship game on the home of the high school state finals, Arkansas PBS.
We are back at War Memorial Stadium, 35-14. Harding Academy, they lead McGhee in the 3A state championship game. Bobby White, or I said Bobby White, Bobby Swafford, R.J. Hawk, and Hayden Balgavy. So I have now called Hayden Hunter and you Bobby White. So it just works out for the night.
Only go up from here, right?
You can only go up from here. Boy, you know what? You think about this game. I was thinking about it during the halftime. Really, McGhee in the second quarter did a good job of trying. They didn't run their offense, but they were finding things that were working. If they can get the offense going like that in the third and fourth quarters, they've just got to find a way to get their defense rolling.
Yeah, they found a way to get the ball to their playmakers in space, and that's the one thing that the running game normally does. Not much, kind of some tough sledding up the middle. The Harding defense has done a nice job at the point of attack, so they're getting the ball to the outside, but now they've got to flip it over to the defensive side of the football because both times that McGhee was able to cut the deficit to 14. Harding came back and scored on the very next play. So it's going to be that change of possession. You got to get the defense ready to go out and play because Harding Academy is not going to let the pedal off the metal.
Well, one big thing that they've got to do here in the second half is find a way to stop Ty Duggar. I mean, because really, when you look at McGhee, we think about everything that went on. You can see some first halves. Ty Duggar, the wide receiver, just was all over the place. He found ways to find open space. And really, there in the first half, Duggar was he was a man amongst boys. 3 receptions, 128 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and then the one that right before the half was really a backbreaker. You're talking about a pass about 15 yards down the field across the middle. He makes one man miss, and all of a sudden it results in a 60-yard touchdown. And so those are the type of plays, if you're McGhee, you can't let happen. You've got to be able to take what they're giving you. Harding Academy says, okay, here's 15 yards. We've got to make the play right there. They don't make the tackle. All of a sudden he's gone off to the races. Just answer the bell. That's what you've got to do if you're McGhee.
Well, it ought to be an exciting second half here at War Memorial Stadium. Now, you know, right before the ball game, we saw Harding Academy come out with this giant run-through banner, right? That was almost the exact length of the end zone. They're bringing out another one that is not as big, but it's still a pretty good-sized run-through banner. I love, that's one thing about high school football, and for everybody watching, they get it.
Yeah.
You don't see that at the college level. You love the pageantry that goes along with high school football, and that's one thing that the run-through sign, even though it's a very small piece of the game, it's still fun to watch.
And what you love about the one they're going to run through in the second half, what it says keep proving them wrong. That's talking to us. That's talking to the people in the stands. Yeah. McGhee has come back from a huge deficit at Prescott a couple of weeks ago, 9 points in the last minute and a half, able to win that football game. They're going to have to prove us wrong. They're going to have to come out and get some stops defensively and try to shut down this high-powered Harding attack. As right now, they haven't shown that they can do it. Not saying that they can't, but they just haven't shown it up to this point.
Well, both teams starting to make their way back onto the playing surface here at War Memorial Stadium. Just about 16 seconds left until halftime is over with. They're going to get their pregame warm-ups in. Hayden Balgavy's over on that far side waiting on Marcus Haddock to come out so he can have a word with him and just kind of get his thoughts on the first half. If you've got a one key for McGhee here in the second half, what is that?
You've got to get the passing game of Harding Academy off schedule. Caden Sipes been dynamic, one running the football, but 10 of 12 passing, does have the one interception. That's been the only miscue up to this point for Harding Academy. They have 0 negative-yard rushing plays in the first half, and they've only got the 2 incompletions, one of which was an interception. You've got to find a way to get Sipe off the point, get a little pressure, whether that's bringing a little man blitz, whether that's dropping into a zone, trying to change the eye angle of the quarterback. Find a way to disrupt the passing game for Harding Academy, and that's going to be key on this opening drive of the second half.
And for Harding Academy, you think about you've got a big lead. You just don't want to just sit on it. What do they need to do to keep that thing going in the second half?
Just more of the same. Just keep going out, executing, winning the one-on-one battles, whether it's the guard versus the defensive tackle or the receiver versus the cornerback. Go out and win those one-on-one battles. They did it for the first 24 minutes. And if you're a coach and you're really wanting to be nitpicky, tell your offense to sustain a drive. You know, they've scored on one play on their last 2 drives. Can they march the football? That's if you're McGhee, that's also what you're preaching. Make them mount a drive on you. Make them put together back-to-back first downs. See if they can do it. And Harding Academy obviously has done it up to this point. Just haven't had to do it tonight.
Marcus Haddock still waiting on him to come out of the end zone, and we will start the second half here at War Memorial Stadium. Real quick, wanted to give a little shout out to my daughter who's watching. It's her first game. She's 3 years old. Addison watching back home on Arkansas PBS Sports.
I bet she's a lot nicer on officials than I am, but I've been nice today.
You have.
I've ruffled some feathers. You know, I understand officials are people too, so I'm sorry to all the vertical stripes out there. I just like to have a good time.
You know, Donna Stevens, who taught both you and I at UCA, she's watching tonight.
She did,
so
yes. Shout out for the UCA crew.
She's giving critiques as the night goes on.
She's probably telling me to stop talking about officials, to be quite honest.
No, you're exactly
right. One of the few bad habits I've picked up in my
once
career.
again, you're an offensive lineman,
That's
so bad habits die hard,
That's right? I've never committed a penalty in my entire life. I got called for penalties, but I never actually committed one, so I understand it.
Hey, how impressed have you been with Caden Sipe in this one? 10 of 12, 191 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception.
Yeah, it's just the one miscue, the one interception on the deep corner route. The safety read it, made a great play, and jumped around. But he's been really good in this first half, and if he's that good in the second half, Harding's going to win a title.
Hey, let's head down the sideline, check in with Hayden Balgavy, who is with Marcus Haddock.
Hey, Coach Haddock, what was your message to the team at halftime?
Come out and play. That's what we've done the whole year. That's how we got here. Don't look at the scoreboard. Just come out and give it your best. That's what we're going to do the second half.
Jordan had some success through the air to be able to throw the football. I know you're probably going to have to throw the football to get back into this ballgame. Your message to him and your confidence in your quarterback.
Yeah, it's hard to run a wing T down 21, but we're going to get back into our offense. We're still going to run it, but we're going to have to throw a little more. And he got to throw it. We got to catch it. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Best of luck in the second half. Really appreciate it. Guys, McGhee going to get the ball to start this second half, trying to get back into this thing.
There's that giant run through that we were talking about. Keep proving them wrong. That's what McGhee has got in their end zone as we get ready to start the second half of play between McGhee and Harding Academy. 35-14 is our score. And so really when you think about this, you know, Coach Haddock talking about how they're going to run their offense and keep doing what they're doing. They didn't run it a whole lot. They did more passing there in the first half.
Yeah, right now your message to your team is 3 plays. Defense, give me 3 good plays. The 3 best plays that you're going to play all night tonight. That's what McGhee has to come out and put together. Find a way to get the football back to your offense down 21, and that's going to be the first step of getting back into this contest.
Okay, both teams back out on the field here at War Memorial Stadium. We're just about set and ready to go. Glad to have you along wherever you are in the state of Arkansas as we get ready for the second half of action here on Arkansas PBS Sports. So on to kick for McGhee is going to be Orion, who's going to come out. I said that
McGhee will get the football.
They're going to get the football. Well, they lined up like they were going to kick it, and so now McGhee's going to line up to receive the football here to start the second half. I was a bit confused because they all lined up on the 50-yard line, and I was looking down at my notes going, well, I thought McGhee was able to get that.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big drive for your offense. Try to get some points on the board, and the defensively, you got to come out and get a stop. So, you know, lean on your offense. He said they're going to, Coach Craddock said they're going to come out and run the football, see what they can do, establish the run, and more importantly, find a way to keep getting the ball to number 6, Easter. I mean, Jody Easter's been your big play guy tonight. Find a way to get him the ball in some space. Maybe he breaks a tackle on the edge and pops a big one because he's been the catalyst for that offense along with his quarterback Owens.
We're just about set and ready to go. On to kick for Harding Academy is going to be Kyle Furry, and we are just about set as the Harding Academy Wildcats hold a 35-14 lead here in the 3A state championship game. Ball is in the air, and it will hit in the end zone and go out the back. And so for McGhee, they will get it 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. You know, for Ferry, he has now put 7 touchbacks in the back of the end zone.
That's just a luxury to have, especially as a sophomore. But, not many high schools at any level have a kicker who can put the ball in the end zone. That's just such a nice luxury to have. They've moved the football all across the field as far as their special teams unit, make different players from McGhee field it, but that time just kick it in the end zone and make them start on the 20.
I say that's 7. That's 7 in the playoffs. He's had 22 on the season for touchbacks. So it's 1st and 10. Ball at the 20-yard line for McGhee. Gonna hand it off right side. Here goes Easter. Easter with a running lane out past the 35, still on his feet, still running. He's gonna take it to the house. One play for McGhee. He'll walk into the end zone. It's an 80-yard run for Jody Easter.
It's a big-time play for Easter, and we talked about it. Get him the football in space, put him one-on-one with the defensive back. He runs through arm tackle there, 80 yards to the house, and now with one snap of a finger, we've got ourselves a contest.
How about the fact that he was able to tightrope that sideline without going out of bounds and was able to do it in a matter of no time at all because of the speed that he has.
Yeah, Easter covered a lot of ground with very few steps there. Really impressive, and 4 carries for 100 yards now for Easter. Got some damage in the passing game as well. 3 catches, 70 yards. Doing a great job as now the Owls are going for 2.
Owens under center. Gonna fake the toss. Now fade route back at the end zone, and it's in and out of the hands of his intended target that time. And was trying to hook up with Demarius Manning, who's now down, holding the lower part of his back as Wyatt Simmons was on coverage that time. And so as he's down, the trainers will go check on him. It's 35-20, 11:47 to play in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break as you're watching the Centennial Bank State Finals on Arkansas PBS Sports.
Broadcast of this championship game is made possible by
the Cherokee Nation, our people, our culture, our history, our future. To learn more, go to visitcherokeenation.com and say hello to the Cherokee Nation.
You'll find us at the end of a lot of long country roads, covering over 60% of the great state of Arkansas to provide reliable power to over 500,000 homes, farms, and businesses. The Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, your local energy partners.
John's Honda, your hometown dealer for sales and service of Honda motorcycles, ATVs, Honda generators, and Honda lawnmowers. Family owned and operated since 1967, John's Honda offers factory-certified technicians and experienced sales staff.
Farmers and Merchants Bank and the Bank of Fayetteville share the mission of Arkansas PBS to enrich and empower all Arkansans. Community, dignity, respect. That's what Me Banking is all about. More at mebanking.com.
Back here at War Memorial Stadium as McGhee's about to kick off. They trail 35-20. Let's head down the sideline real quick with Hayden Balgavy.
Yeah, guys, on that big play, Harding Academy missing a key part of their defense. Andrew Miller cramping up. He was not in there on that series, and Coach Evans had to make an early substitution he wasn't ready for. Big part of that huge play for the Owls.
Orion set to kick off. Onside kick goes left side, and it's recovered at the 44-yard line. That time recovering for Harding Academy was Cade Smith, and so they will have it 1st and 10 at the 44.
Now, if you're McGhee, your offense did their job. One play, 80 yards, got it back to a 2-score game. Now your defense has to respond. The last 2 times you've narrowed the gap, you've given up a big play for a touchdown. Come out with your 3 best defensive plays, get yourself a defensive stop, and get back in this contest.
So Caden Sipe in the shotgun for Harding Academy as they'll have their first possession here in the second half, with 3 wide receivers down the numbers on the Harding Academy sideline. Hand it off straight up the middle. That time it goes to the running back. That was Aaron Chisholm who was able to run at that time. Andrew Mizell was able to take him down for McGhee.
So going to change of pace there with Chisholm, with Miller out with the cramps according to Hayden. So now I got to next man up and a big first down run there, pick up 8 and get in front of the sticks.
2nd down and 2 as Sipe looks back over the sideline. All at the 48-yard line. They fake the handoff, and under pressure in the backfield, McGhee's going to get him down for a 2-yard loss. Sipe had nowhere to go. He pulled the ball out of the running back's belly, and that's a 2-yard loss to make it 3rd down and 4 as Channing Woodson came in to make the stop.
Yeah, the defensive end or outside linebacker crashes down hard, able to get Sipe behind the line of scrimmage. The first negative rushing play of the game for Harding Academy, and now this is 3rd down, exactly what you want from McGhee. But if you're Harding, now you've got to get up and answer yourself. This is a big 3rd down for both sides.
No Andrew Miller in the backfield, and so Sipe is all by himself. Going to roll to his left side. It's 3rd down. Going to look to throw, and it's deflected away. Nice job by Easter that time as he was able to stick a left hand up there, and it's 4th down for Harding Academy. This is a different type defense that we're seeing here in the second half.
That's a great job by Easter. He kind of bit on the double move there, another out and up. The receiver got behind him, but the pass just a little bit underthrown. The receiver had to slow down just a bit, enough for Easter to catch up with the receiver, get a hand in there, and break that one up, and now it's 4th down and decision time for the Wildcats.
And it was Ty Duggar who they were trying to target that time, and so now the punting situation comes on. I say the punting situation. Yeah, there's Kyle Furry as he'll be back to punt, and Easter is set back at the 15-yard line. Here's Furry going to look to kick. It's a nice punt, end-over-end punt. It's going to hit at the 14-yard line and roll all the way inside the 5 down to the 2-yard line. And for Furry, that's a heck of a punt. That's his 7th inside the 20 this year.
Yeah, 48-yard punt. Great job by the special teams unit to get down and down that one inside the 5. But you're McGhee. You've got a chance now. You've got the football back. Not great field position. It doesn't matter when you've got playmakers like Easter. Now you got yourself a chance. Go out there and get you a methodical drive and really start to chip away and maybe shake the confidence a little bit of the Wildcats, who haven't had their confidence shaken really in 2.5 months.
35-20 is our score as McGhee's got the football. Ball sits on the 2-yard line.
Those are some tight splits right there for McGhee. You're toe-to-toe with your offensive line.
Owens under center. He'll take the snap, just hand off straight up the middle. Just not a lot of running room right there for the running back as Woodson was trying to able to get in there and just get out of the shadows of their own end zone. He picked up a yard on the play to bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, the front 3 have done a really nice job for Harding Academy, just stacking everything up, really not allowing the offensive line to get to the 2nd level and really shutting down the fullback with the Channing Woodson with the dive there. Really outside I believe his first run of the game, he hasn't been able to get a whole lot going on the ground.
2nd and 9. Here's a handoff to Easter. Easter works the left side, and he'll be able to pick up about 4 yards on the play to bring up 3rd down. Cade Smith came in to make the tackle.
Now you got yourself a chance here on 3rd and medium. If you're McGhee, you go fullback dive, then you go straight handoff around the end with the off-tackle sweep. Now the full playback is at your arsenal there if you're the Owls, and we'll see if they trust their quarterback Owens enough to do it with his arm or stick it on the ground even though you're still inside your 10-yard line.
Still looking at the defense. I see no Andrew Miller out there still for Harding Academy. So it's now 3rd down and 4, ball at the 8. Hands it off to Easter around the left side. Runs over one man, trying to dive for that 1st down marker. He's going to come up really close, maybe about a yard shy as Cade Smith came in to make the tackle once again.
Yeah, Easter did a nice job of running through the first would-be tackler and to get close to the sticks, and they're eyeing it, and they may have to bring it in from the sideline if the illegal eye doesn't work.
Yeah, and they're going to say it's 4th down. It's 4th down and close. We'll put it at that. And they're going to call an official timeout and bring on the chains.
Yeah, if it's that close where obviously a team can ask for a measurement at any point, but if it's 4th and I'd say even less than a half a yard, you'd be tempted. I say tempted to go for it when your quarterback's 6'5", 225 pounds. Maybe just sneak it up the middle. But Harding Academy has been doing a nice job of stacking it up close to that 1st down. That line of scrimmage. So this will be a big call coming up for McGhee.
It's going to be about a half ball short of the 1st down, so that's going to bring up 4th and a half yard. And now if you're McGhee, I mean, you've been running the ball fairly decent, but boy, if you go for it right here and don't get it, you're giving a gift to Harding Academy.
Yeah, again, if you're going to go for it and you've got 6'5" and 220 pounds at quarterback, to me, it would be very difficult not to just snap and have your quarterback leap over the top. Because all you have to do is break the plane. I know it's not the goal line, but break the plane of the line to gain, and you get yourself a first down.
They reset the ball on that far hash mark as they move towards the south end zone here in War Memorial Stadium.
And the offense is still out there for McGhee.
They're going to keep them out there. It's 4th down and a half a yard for McGhee.
Yeah, hard count's going to be the first key if you're the defense.
Owens going to hand it off to Woodson. Woodson's able to easily get past the first down sticks as he was able to pick up about 1.5 yards, and it'll be a 1st and 10 as Peyton Cole made the tackle that time for Harding Academy.
That's a great job by the offensive line. The toughest thing to do as the front five is pick up a yard when everybody in the stadium knows you're going to run the football. Great job by that front five to get a push and pick up the necessary yardage for the first down.
It's 1st and 10. Ball to 12 now. Owens under center. Gonna look to throw. Going big ball. Left side. And it's intercepted. It's intercepted by Harding Academy, and that was Ty Duggar, who was able to come in and get his 2nd interception of the ball game.
Yeah, great play by Duggar. He's just running step for step with the receiver. A simple go route, man-to-man coverage on the outside. And the quarterback, Owens, just lets one fly, hoping his receiver is going to go out there and make a play Easter. But Duggar just goes step for step and almost looks like the intended receiver there, able to track the football and makes a big play for the Wildcat defense.
Well, it's essentially like a punt, Bobby. I mean, if they wouldn't have gotten it, because they flipped into the field as Harding Academy now has it at the 42-yard line. The big turnover for McGhee with 8:06 to play in the 3rd.
I like the call. You get a big first down. You've got a little momentum. Just launch one deep. As McGee's going to take a timeout here, you try to get it all back in one play. You mentioned it's like a punt, but you're relying on your players to go out and make plays, and sometimes you've got to tip your cap because the defense, those are quality football players too, and Duggar made a great play.
And I don't know if the play was to throw it over that outside shoulder towards the sideline. He threw it inside, and it made it for Duggar to easily make that interception. And as you said, it almost looked like he was the intended target.
Yeah, it's just a great job of tracking the football, and that's where the advantage of playing both ways. He's used to running down the field full speed and tracking the football in the air. A lot of times defenders aren't used to doing that. That job, he gets a head around, finds the football, and makes a play.
8:06 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Let's head down to Hayden Balgavy on the sideline, as I would imagine you'd have a little bit more upbeat McGhee sideline.
Well, as you can imagine, Duggar just all over the place on offense, on defense, and Harding Academy just went absolutely nuts. Bobby mentioned too, that's almost a punt. You convert that 4th down, you can stay in the ball game. But as we talked to Coach Haddock at halftime too, he said, we're going to have to throw the ball more than we would probably like to be able to get back into this thing. So we'll see if the Owl defense can step up again. Just a 15-point ball game halfway through the 3rd quarter, but much more upbeat McGhee sideline, RJ. That's true. They have a lot more confidence.
Thanks, Hayden. So Harding Academy back on the field as Sipe looking to throw under pressure. Going left side with it. Going to still throw. Has a man. That's Duggar, and he'll be taken out of bounds in McGhee territory as he gets it to the 49-yard line. He'll be short of the first down as Andreas Jordan took him out of bounds.
That's a nice job by Sipe. McGhee brought pressure, trying to change the eye angle of the quarterback. Flushed him, made him roll to his right, but a great job to keep his head downfield and find his receiver moving to the right, and Duggar's continuing to have a big day for the Wildcat passing game.
2nd down and 1 for Harding Academy. As going to fake the handoff. Sipe's going to keep it himself. He'll get the first down, and that was Andreas Jordan who was able to take him down. He'll move the sticks after picking up 3 yards. Andrew Miller back in, by the way, guys, as he was in at that running back position. He's gotten all the cramps worked out and back in the ball game now.
It was a nice job by the left tackle, 53, Chase Brown, 5'11", 225, caves the defensive lineman down and allows his quarterback to pick up the first.
So here's Sipe. Fakes the handoff. Now throws it left side to Duggar. Duggar gets out past the 45-yard line and then is hog-tied down at the 44-yard line. It was Andreas Jordan once again on the tackle after picking up 3.
Jordan's having a nice game in the back end of the secondary for McGhee, been in on a lot of plays, but that's a first down play. Picks up 3 or 4 for Harding Academy and allows you to get a second and medium.
Sipe has a bunch set at the line of scrimmage. Here's just a dump play. Goes left side, and that time it was Andrew Miller who was able to take the pitch and take it for a first down before Andrew Mizell was able to push him out of bounds.
Yeah, just finding different ways. They've run that play to Miller a handful of times today. It's not going to go down as a running play. It's going to go down as a reception, but just get the football to your running back. He's already at full speed, able to get his eyes upfield and pick up a first.
Sipe with it. He's going to carry out past the 30, 25, 20, and he's taken down right there at the 20-yard line. Now they're going to walk it up to the 19. Jody Easter was able to make the tackle for McGhee.
Yeah, Sipe showing that he's more than just a pocket passer. He's got over 65 yards rushing, almost 100 yards, excuse me.
Now here's Miller straight up the middle after that 17-yard gain. There is a penalty flag down on that far sideline as Micah Smith made the tackle that time for McGhee.
The flag that far over there and they didn't blow it dead. Maybe McGhee didn't get their defenders off the field before the ball was snapped. We'll have to wait and see.
Dead ball, illegal substitution on the defense. 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
So a free 5 yards there for Harding Academy, and that's the advantage of a hurry-up offense. Sometimes you'll catch the defense trying to make some last-minute substitutions and pick up a free 5.
Under 7 to play here in the third quarter. So now Sipe will be in the shotgun with Miller to his left. Gonna fake the handoff, keep it himself. Sipe straight up the middle, and he'll pick up about 2 yards on the play before Samuel Polite was able to take him down. That brings up second down now for Harding Academy.
That's where that penalty is so big. You get a stop there, limits the running game to just a couple instead of 2nd and 8. Now you're looking at a 2nd and 3, and Harding Academy still well out in front of the chains.
2nd and 3, ball to 12. And comes in motion. That is Duggar, and now here comes Sipe as he's going to take it past the first down marker. Tyreek Newman pushed him down after he got the first down, as the ball's going to be spotted at the 5-yard line.
Yeah, I mentioned if you're McGhee, you've got to make Harding Academy drive the football, or Harding's putting together a pretty impressive drive here, all of it on the ground.
Working quickly on first down. Here's Sipe straight up the middle, takes it down to the 2-yard line. And it was Andrew Mizell who came in to make the tackle, and it's 2nd and goal, ball to 2.
Yeah, Caden Sipe having to do it a lot with his legs. 13 carries, 122 yards, of course, 60-plus, coming on 1 long touchdown. But he's shown he's not afraid to grind it out on the ground.
Sipe going to keep it himself once again, and he's stopped once again. Got back to the line of scrimmage at the 2. So it's 3rd down.
Yeah, he's the bigger of the 2 in the backfield. Sipe coming in at 6'2". We've got a McGhee player down on the field, and Andrew Miller's had a lot of success. He's got 26 rushing touchdowns, but they're trying to keep it in the hands of his quarterback.
Can't quite see who that player is down for McGhee, as he's laying right there at the 2-yard line. Training staff's going to come on from both sides of the field. Harding Academy's training staff was there, and we'll take another look at it. As
I think it's just a kind of a body. A defender got washed up in the pile. There's a lot of bodies piled on top of each other, and looked like he was on the wrong end of it.
Let's go down to Hayden Balgavy on the sideline. Hayden, were you able to see what was going on with that collision?
Yeah, guys, tough to get a vantage point right here. A lot of coaches and Coach Haddock lifting him up right now, so nothing too serious as he's sitting up, starting to get some mobility. Kind of scary situation there for a second, but he is up on his feet now, and he's able to go to the sideline. So that's some good news. Good news for everybody.
It was Tyreek Newman who was down on the turf, and
He's not too happy as he walks off the field. So
yeah, good to see him be able to walk to the sideline under his own power. He's kind of had a message for his defense right there as well. Get this goal line stand, get a chance to get his offense back on the field.
So it's 3rd down. The ball's at the 2-yard line. 5:26 to play, 3rd quarter. The ball is on the Harding Academy side of the field on the hash. Sipes in the shotgun. He'll bring in Duggar into motion from left to right. Going to look to throw. Has it in the hands of Duggar, and he's in for the touchdown.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game. They send Duggar in motion, kind of the speed out. He's already running full speed, 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. Looks back to the quarterback, and Sipe puts it on him perfectly for the short 3-yard touchdown.
Boy, talk about the player Duggar's been tonight. I mean, you think about his receiving yards. He's got a couple touchdowns, got 2 picks on the night. Just been a all-around big-time player for this team.
Are you saying early on favorite for MVP?
I'm not saying anything just yet. There's a lot of game left as the kick is up and good, and it's now 42 to 20 with 5:16 to play in the 3rd quarter.
That was a really impressive drive by Harding. You know, the back's kind of against the wall. They're starting to feel a little pressure from McGhee, able to just grind out a drive. So there's marched down the field, 10 plays, 58 yards, just 250 off the clock, but more importantly showed that you can sustain a drive, and those are really demoralizing. You know, 1 play, 65 yards for a touchdown doesn't feel good as a defense, but when you're able to just march the ball down the field, play after play after play, with the defense out getting you a stop, those are the ones that really sting. Those are the ones that hurt.
And I said that Duggar only had 2 touchdowns. He's actually got 3 touchdowns on offense today. So 6 receptions, 142 yards, and 3 touchdowns for Duggar.
Yeah, and you mentioned the plays he's made on defense as well. Had a pick 6.
Yeah.
And so he's been able to put the football in the end zone. And, yeah, I'd say right now if the game was over, which it's not, he's got to be your favorite to be the MVP.
So on to kick is Furry. Kyle Furry has had a good night kicking tonight. Back deep is Easter. Kick is in the air, and Easter's going to take it from the 5-yard line. Out past the 20. Still on his feet at the 30. Working left side now. Back to the 35, and he's finally knocked down at the 39-yard line, and that's where McGhee will have it. 1st and 10, a 34-yard return for McGhee, and they'll have it 1st and 10.
Yeah, you're starting to see why Easter and McGhee are in the state finals, because he's just electric anytime he gets his hands on the football. There's a big hole right in the middle of that special teams kick return unit. Able to bounce to the outside. Nice return. Solid field position for McGhee as they try to, mount another scoring drive.
5:06 to play, 3rd quarter. Harding Academy back up by 22. So Owens is going to work from under center with 2 wide to that left side. Going to look to throw. Backwards pass, and
that was close.
Well, I said it was a backwards pass, and Harding Academy is looking at it, and Bobby, they could definitely go and look at this one, because that one was well behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep, and looks like an injured player there for McGhee. That would have been a turnover. Whether you can review that play or challenge that play is still a little iffy in my mind, but that's definitely a backwards pass. And if there's clear recovery, there is going to be reviewed. Clear recovery here by Harding Academy. Heads up play by number 12, and Jeffrey Mercer to jump on that loose ball. We'll have to wait and see. That first replay looked like it was a backwards pass. Looks like there's clear recovery. This could be Harding football.
Well, from our vantage point, we were almost right down the line of scrimmage, and when I called it a backwards pass, because if you look where you see that he throws it backwards, and the line of scrimmage is 3 yards up from where the ball was.
That's clearly a backwards pass, because he almost makes the catch at the 35-yard line. You see the line of scrimmage is the 39. So this looks like should be a pretty simple review, because there was a clear recovery. Now, whether that recovery was in a timely fashion, maybe a little different.
It was Jeffrey Mercer who was able to jump on it for the Wildcats. Boy, how many times in college football the continuation play of the replay has that been brought up?
Clear and obvious recovery is it's almost like a dirty word in the state of Arkansas. Of course, we all think about the Auburn game that cost the Razorbacks that one, but he throws the football from the 37. He's almost to the 35. That's a backwards pass in my book, and there's a lot of discussion going on between the official and the replay booth. So,
and a lot what they may be talking about is where are they going to put it on the field? Where's it go? You got to go back and look at that, because if you're just looking at replays, you're just looking at lines. So they're having to look at a widespread to see exactly where
he recovered the football too at the 30. Well, that'd be the 33 or 34. And so you've got to write all this down. This could be a big swing in momentum. This is the first review in this contest.
Yeah, and I think we had one in the 4A game.
Yeah, we had two, and both teams challenged. Both teams lost their challenge, but this one was a booth review.
Here's the call.
After review, it was determined that it was a backwards pass and recovered by Harding Academy at the 33.
So it's exactly what we saw. That's why they have the replay. It was an obvious backwards pass, at least in the eyes of the replay booth. A clear and obvious recovery, and Harding Academy takes over with great field position.
And what a heads-up play by Harding Academy to jump on that ball. I mean, because the play essentially stopped. There were whistles, and for them to go jump on the football, that's a pretty heads-up play.
That's a heads-up play by Mercer, and a great job to go above and beyond, because they always tell you, play until the whistle. That time he goes a tick longer, jumps on the loose ball, and ends up getting the football for his squad.
Coach Haddock's out trying to talk to the officials about the replay that they just saw, and I mean, it was clearly a backwards pass, and where he was standing on the sideline, you could almost see that. So I guess he just want to get clarification before this next snap. So Harding Academy will have the football 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. Duggar comes in motion, and we've got whistles and flags, and it looked like an offensive lineman just got a start early.
Dead ball, false start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Yeah, they had Miller in at quarterback. That was going to be the Wildcat formation, but the left tackle just got a little too antsy to hit somebody and jumps offside. So Chase Brown, when you're 5'11", 225, you get to moving. They notice it.
So ball's at the 38-yard line now. Sipe looking back over to get a sign from the Harding Academy sideline. Gonna look to throw across the middle. Has Duggar down to the 22-yard line. I tell you, Duggar's been all over the field as Andreas Jordan was able to take him down. And they're still only, I guess they picked up the first down and just working the ball quickly as Sipe.
Yeah, great job by Duggar to go up and get that football, make a great catch in traffic, and a new set of downs.
1st and 10, ball at the 23-yard line. Has Miller to his right. And now we've got whistles and some more movement on that Harding Academy sideline, or on the offensive line.
On the offense, 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
That's only the 4th penalty for Harding Academy in this game.
Yeah, it's been pretty clean contest on both sides. That's what you like to see when you get to this is the 3rd weekend in December. It's been an expertly officiated game too.
1st down and 15, ball at the 28-yard line.
Expertly.
Is that a word?
It is for these officials.
Okay.
They've done an expertly great job.
Snaps back, 3-step drop. Sipe looking to throw, has a man. Right side, touchdown. Boy, it went 28 yards pretty quick. And for Harding Academy, coming up with the reception was Jackson Fox. And now get this, Bobby. That's Jackson Fox's first touchdown reception this season.
Yeah, he's got 35 catches, 358 yards coming into the title game. Love the offense going to him. He's been a workhorse in the passing game, and a perfect throw by Sipe. Gets behind the defense, wins that one-on-one battle off the line of scrimmage, and he gets in the end zone in the state title game.
The extra point by Furry is up, and it is good. And Harding Academy grows their lead now to 49-20 with 4:20 to play here in the third quarter. Let's head back down to Hayden Balgavy on the sideline. What's up, Hayden?
The excitement, you can feel the emotions here on this Harding Academy sideline after another touchdown pass from Sipe. And you guys mentioned it, if we can get on that MVP talk a little bit. I mean, we still got the whole fourth quarter, but Duggar is not the MVP of this ball game. Should Harding Academy continue their dominance? I mean, guys, I don't know. He has just had such an effect on this offense and this defense, and he's so disciplined. He was so frustrated with the false start there on that drive. He didn't yell at his teammate, but you could just see the frustration about how much this guy cares and wants to battle, even when these guys are up 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle for the MVP trophy between Duggar, who's got 4 total touchdowns, 3 on offense, 1 on defense, and Sipe, who's got 5 touchdown passes, 1 touchdown rush, and a total of 370 yards of offense. So
we still have another quarter to play.
Still another quarter. They're going to cannibalize themselves, but really in modern day football, the quarterback of the team, more times than not, whether you're talking Heisman Trophy or MVP for a state title game, more times than not, they get a nod.
Here's a short kick, and it's taken by McGhee, and with the return, it's going to be Tyreek Newman, who is able to take it out to the 41-yard line, and it was a 12-yard return for McGhee. And we've got 4:17 to play in the third quarter, and McGhee will have good field position at the 41.
And if you're McGhee, got to stay in your offense. Of course, you're down by 4 scores. There's a lot of things that can happen in like another quarter and a half to play, but they've got to go down and put some points on the board. Just a quick reminder from the Arkansas Department of Health. Follow the 3 W's. Wear a mask, wash your hands, watch your distance. For more information, go to healthy.arkansas.gov.
1st and 10, ball at the 41. Here's Owens. Puts a man in motion, sticks it in his belly, and that time it was Easter who was able to pick up a yard on the play. Jeffrey Mercer came to make the tackle, and it'll be 2nd down and 9.
Nice job by Mercer to get down the line to make a play. And it's one of the few times that Easter has been shut down near the line of scrimmage.
Under 4 to play now here in the third quarter.
That was a Mercer and Mercer duo. Levi Mercer, sophomore defensive end, helped finish off the tackle that was started by Jeffrey Mercer, the senior safety.
Owens is going to walk up to the line of scrimmage. He'll send wide receivers out to either side as Woodson's the tailback. Owens going to look to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Going deep downfield. And it's deflected, but it's caught. It's caught as it's going to be a 57-yard touchdown. Marcus Rose with the touchdown for McGhee.
It looked like it was going to be another interception. A great job by the Harding Academy defender to undercut that route. Looked like it was going to be going the other direction, but just off the hands of the defender for Harding Academy. That was number 11, Cade Smith, and right into the hands of Rose. The 5'4" receiver knows what to do with it from there, and a big play for the Owls.
57 yards, 2 plays, 59 yards. It took 1 minute for McGhee to get in the end zone, and they're back on the scoreboard.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. That's exactly what it was for McGhee right there.
Owens going to go for 2. Gonna look to throw. Out pass, goes left side, and it is caught. It is caught on the left side, and it was Andreas Jordan.
It's a great throw, great catch, and really good coverage, but the offense had the position, and Andreas Jordan hauls it in for the 2-point play.
So it's now 48-28 with 3:20 to play in the third quarter. McGhee's hanging around. I would definitely say the offense has been much better in the second half than the way they started this ball game.
Yeah, that was a great job by Owens, too. That was a great shot on the replay you're seeing there. Able to avoid the pressure, step up, get his shoulders square with the offense, the line of scrimmage, and fire a dart down the middle of the field. Obviously got a little boost from the deflection, but a great play all around at all 3 levels. Great coverage, just a little unlucky for Harding Academy, and Rose does the rest for the Owls.
Matthew Orion is on to kick for McGhee as he'll tee it up from the 40-yard line. Back deep, you've got Ty Duggar. Orion's going to stick a foot into it. It'll be a low to almost an onside kick as it's going to be recovered by Harding Academy's Cade Smith. And so they will have great field position as the ball will be at the 47-yard line in Harding Academy territory.
Yeah, great job by Smith to be Johnny on the spot, recovers the football. And we saw it, I guess it was last weekend in the 5A championship game, how quickly a game can turn on onside kicks. Harding Academy able to make the fundamental play there and give their offense the ball in their midfield.
So Caden Sipe brings his offense back out. Sipe stands with Andrew Miller to his left. They've got 3 wide receivers to the left of the formation. Gonna look to throw, goes right side as he gets it into his hands of Landon Koch, who was able to get it out to the 45-yard line in McGhee territory. It was Marcus Rose who knocked him out of bounds. One thing that I've noticed out of this McGhee defense, Bobby, is, they're a lot in the first half. They went man up on those receivers without a safety. Now they've started putting a safety back in the defense. Now here's a snap to Miller. Miller takes the handoff out to the 40-yard line, picks up the first down, and about 5 yards as Elijah White came in to make the stop. And it'll be 1st and 10.
That's what big plays will do to you. You want to go man-to-man and keep the middle of the field free. Don't keep a safety back, but you give up a few big plays. Started with the quarterback draw, then the 2 big plays in the passing game. You've got to keep an extra line of defense back there behind the defense as a safety, hence the word. And so McGhee's had to change the defensive scheme.
It's 1st and 10, ball at the 40-yard line. And we've got whistles and penalty flags. There's a false start on Harding Academy.
Dead ball, false start on the offense. 5-yard penalty, replay, 1st down.
I mean, with the exception of the 1 interception, really the only hiccup today for Harding Academy have been pre-snap penalties. That's now 3 or 4 false start penalties on the Wildcat offense. But other than that, you're nitpicking, trying to find something wrong.
1st and 15, ball at the 45. Wildcats looking to use some of this clock as it's down to 2:30 and counting. Looks to throw, goes across the middle, has Duggar, and he just overthrows him. Boy, Duggar had gotten past his man, and on the coverage that time for McGhee, it was Aiden Bailey, and Duggar just got past him and was wide open, just got overthrown.
Yeah, nice job by the pressure for McGhee, able to move Sipe off that point, because if that's a clean pocket, that's an easy touchdown toss for Sipe, but able to move him off of his spot, had to adjust the feet, and overshoots his receiver.
So it's 2nd down and 15. As Sipe goes left side to Duggar. And Duggar's finally wrestled down at the 32-yard line. Andreas Jordan.
So dangerous is Duggar, because you have to respect the deep threat. He's obviously burned you for some big plays. That time a quick out. The defense has to play a few steps off, and he's able to muscle his way up near 1st down yardage.
Here's the pitch that goes left side. As running with it for Harding Academy was Cameron Troffber.
Now that was Miller again.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Miller was. It looked like he had the back of his jersey was rolled up, and I thought it was Troffber that ran with it, but it was actually Miller. So Nehemiah Barnes was able to take him down. And it's the 1st and 10 for Harding Academy.
Miller's got 5 or 6 catches already on the night. Most of them have been on that little shovel pass. 6 catches, 62 yards, and a touchdown for Miller.
Minute 35 and counting. 1st and 10. As they fake the handoff, here goes Sipe. Sipe is going to wrangle his way down to the 25-yard line. Elijah White was there to make the tackle and brings up 2nd down.
You want to watch any of the state championship games over? You can do so. They'll be on the Arkansas PBS Sports and features at YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/Arkansas PBS. I was talking to Wes earlier in the earlier broadcast. Got to break down the film, too, see what kind of job we're doing, RJ.
2nd and 9. Sipe under pressure, and he's finally taken down for the sack. It's a loss of 5 on the play. It's 3rd down now for Harding Academy. Micah Smith came in to make the stop as the ball's at the 29-yard line. Well, you say you want to break down the tape, and I want to thank Brent from Austin, Texas, who has texted in. And I've been saying Kyle Ferry's name wrong all night. I've been saying Furry, and it's actually Ferry. So thanks, Brent, who's watching in Austin, Texas tonight.
It's a nice job by Micah Smith to come in, make a play in the backfield, and force a 3rd and long, which Harding hasn't seen too many 3rd down attempts really all night, especially not 3rd and 13.
So it's 3rd down. Here's Sipe under pressure. Avoids one tackler. Going to throw it downfield. He's got his man, Ty Duggar, going to walk into the end zone. It's a touchdown from 29 yards out.
What a play by Duggar. Just starts with the quarterback, Sipe, avoids the pressure, avoids the sack in the backfield, throws back across his body, and Duggar able to make the catch and stop on a dime. A little collision with the defender, and able just to waltz in the end zone with his 5th total touchdown of the evening.
Another touchdown for Sipe, another touchdown for Duggar. Ferry's on to kick for Harding Academy. Kicks up, and it's a no-doubter, and it's going to extend that lead for Harding Academy to 56-28 with 2 seconds to play here in the 3rd quarter.
It's a great throw, hits his receiver in stride, doesn't lead him into the defense too much. Again, got to break down to make that play in the backfield, but Sipe just delivers a dart to his receiver. And Duggar, we've seen it all time and time again. He knows what to do when he's got the football in his hands. Touchdown catch number 4, 5 total touchdowns on the night, and 9 catches, 198 yards for Ty Duggar.
Well, now here's what you do best: is you're great about looking through the record book.
Yeah.
As far as how many touchdown passes have been thrown by a quarterback in a state championship game. I'll let you look that one up.
That's a good question. I mean, granted, you're going to automatically think to Tyler Wilson in that crazy shootout against Pulaski Academy in the late 2000s. Obviously, what the Bratcher was able to do through the Pulaski Academy, the Greenwood quarterbacks, Ty Story against Glenn Rose a few years ago. I mean, so there's been a lot of big-time numbers, but we'll see where 6 touchdown passes for Caden Sipe stack up in the record books.
Here's the kick, and it is a sky-high kick. It's going to be fair caught at the 32-yard line, and it was caught that time by Demarius Manning, and so McGhee will have the ball 1st and 10 from the 32-yard line. Two seconds remain here in the 3rd quarter as Harding Academy leads it 56-28.
And even 500 yards of total offense for Harding Academy. 304 through the air, 196 on the ground.
I mean, but give it up to McGhee as well. They've had 337 yards of offense in this game. Here's Owens. Going to hand it off. Goes left side with it. Working around the left side. That's his running back that time carrying the football, and it's Tyreek Newman. And Newman's able to pick up 3 yards, and that's going to do it for the 3rd quarter of play. Put your 4 fingers in the air. We got 1 quarter to play in the 3A state championship game as Harding Academy, they lead at 56-28 over McGhee, and you're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
Hi, Roger Scott for Big Red Stores. Big Red Stores is proud to support high school athletics and to sponsor these high school championship games. Over 40 Big Red Stores are located throughout Central Arkansas, each one staffed with our team members who have participated in games, marched in the band, or led the spirit teams in cheers. And now we are pleased to bring families, schools, and communities together. Big Red Stores, now more convenient than ever. Enjoy the games.
Arkansas PBS Passport now includes the best of Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility, Mansfield Park, and Sanditon. These and more Masterpiece favorites and other PBS programs are waiting for you. Donate $60 or more or $5 or more per month and enjoy over 1,000 hours of programs you love.
This month in Passport on the PBS Video app, your on-demand library for the best of PBS. keep using that word lie.
So you're saying you're clean?
Squeaky.
Nature is fundamentally essential to our future existence.
We need nature to survive on this planet.
I think it's the best thing I've ever done. It's true to me, and that's why I like it. It's me and nobody else.
These and other shows from your PBS station are available with Passport on the PBS Video app. Download it today.
And welcome back to War Memorial Stadium as McGhee with the football from the 35-yard line. Gonna hand it off. Working it right side for McGhee. That's Tyreek Newman. Newman's gonna pick up a couple on the play. It was it was actually Aaron Chisholm who made the tackle for Harding Academy.
Got a little history on the Harding Academy offensive side of things for a pair of players. The 4 touchdown catches for Ty Duggar ties a state championship game record with a handful of players. Most recently, it was done by Drew Morgan and John David White from Pulaski Academy. Of course, Morgan from Greenwood, 4 touchdown catches in the title game is the record. So we've got a tie there, and also most touchdown passes in a game with 6, also ties for the most. Pretty impressive names, and I'll give those to you in just a second.
Here's Owens with a handoff and running lane. It's Woodson. Woodson's not going to be touched at the 20. 10, 5 touchdown. 64 yards on the touchdown run by Channing Woodson.
That is a simple fullback dive right up the gut and a huge play. I mentioned it earlier. Woodson hasn't had a lot of room to run up the middle, but Woodson straight up the middle with a little hop step in the hole and off to the races in a 62-yard touchdown run, and really impressive run after the contact there. And McGhee's just not going away.
But you got to love the fight out of this football team. I mean, they keep coming back, they keep battling, and so now they're going to go for 2 as they trail 56-34. Here's the snap by Owens, going to look to throw, goes across the middle, has a man in the end zone, touchdown. That was Andreas Jordan with the 2-point conversion, and it's now 56-36 as you're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
For every moment, for every memory, from that first car, to your first home, to your first child, and all the highs and lows that tomorrow might bring. For everything that matters most to you and your family, there's someone right around the corner dedicated to helping you protect what you love. Your local Farm Bureau Insurance agent. Farm Bureau Insurance. Real service, real people.
It was a 3-play, 68-yard drive for McGhee that took only 58 seconds as they now trail 56-36 to Harding Academy. 11:04 to play here in the fourth quarter. And Orion's on to kick for McGhee. It'll be a short kick that goes right side and out of bounds. We've got a penalty flag, and so Harding Academy will get great field position to start the drive here in the fourth quarter. Now, Bobby, before we had all that scoring going on, you were diving into the record books to find out Caden Sipe, who has thrown 6 touchdown passes in this ball game. You looked up the record.
and it's tied for the most ever in a state championship game, and a pretty impressive list of names. How about this? Tyler Wilson of Greenwood, Hayden Smith of Greenwood, Adam Thrash of Pulaski Academy, Ty Story from Charleston, Lane Hatcher from Pulaski Academy, and last year, Buddy Gaston from Pulaski Robinson, the only players to ever throw 6 touchdown passes in a state championship game. So one more, and he put his name at the top of that record list.
Well, Sipe brings his team back on the field as he's in the shotgun with Miller to his right.
It's not many miscues either. 19 of 23 passing.
Gonna fake the handoff. Looks to throw left side, and it was behind.
Right on cue.
His intended target. It happens every time, as that time he was trying to target Carter Neal.
Tried a little comeback, the back shoulder throw, until the receiver was expecting a handoff there, and Sipe saw something on the outside that his receiver did not. And 2 not on the same page.
2nd and 10, ball at the 49-yard line in McGhee territory.
Still a 20-point game, just 3 possessions. If McGhee could find a way to get a defensive stop and a quick score, things could get pretty interesting.
Here's the snap. Going to look to throw again under pressure, and he'll be taken down at the 45.
It's a great job by Micah Smith again coming through the last 2 possessions. He's made a play in the backfield. That time a big sack. Drop Sipe for a loss of 6.
It's 3rd down and 16 now with the ball at the 45-yard line in Harding Academy territory.
It looked like a little bit of a delay blitz there from Smith and came from distance, unaccounted for by the Harding Academy offensive line, and able to drop the quarterback.
On 3rd down tonight, you see it right there, 6 of 8 is Harding Academy. 10:25 and counting here in the 4th quarter, as Harding Academy holds a 20-point lead. Takes the snap, going to look to throw again. Goes across the middle, has a man wide open. He was wide open. He's going to walk into the end zone. That was Andrew Miller, who's going to take it in for the touchdown. And not only does he have the touchdown, but Caden Sipe has a new state finals record for passing touchdowns.
7 passing touchdowns in the finals, and Miller could not have been more wide open in the middle of the field.
It's a 55-yard catch and run. And it's now 62-36.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive list, passing the likes of Tyler Wilson, Ty Story, mentioned the quarterbacks from Pulaski Academy, and now Caden Sipe at the top of that list with 7 touchdown passes at the biggest stage of 3A football.
And the kick is up by Ferry and good. And it's now 63-36. It was a 3-play 49-yard drive that took 1 minute as Caden Sipe hooked up to Andrew Miller for the touchdown.
20 of 25 passing, 359 yards. And I don't think we can say it enough as we send it down to Hayden. 7 touchdown passes in a game.
Take it away, Hayden.
Well, guys, we were talking about that MVP battle a little earlier. How do you not give it to him after he breaks the state record? I mean, can you imagine he throws for 7 touchdowns? He passes all the names, Bobby, you just mentioned, yet Duggar brings home the MVP. I don't know. This is going to be a tough race. Again, 10 minutes left in this ball game as Harding Academy takes control, but this is a conversation now. I don't know how
you co-MVP.
You might as well.
Can we check on that?
The SEC gives out co-awards every week.
Hey,
so
after that review that the officials got right on the backwards pass, I voted that we move them up to the SEC. Let's get Mark Curls out of there, get these guys in. I'm sure Sam Pittman's for it at least.
We're not allowed to talk bad about officials. So.
I'm giving them compliments.
I've been chastised enough.
They got it right. Good for them. They got it right.
Thank you, Hayden. Here's a kick. It's an onside kick, and it's recovered. Well, I say it's recovered. They're going to say it's McGhee. Boy, it was a scary situation right there for McGhee. It was Andreas Jordan who jumped on it, but he did it with one arm.
Yeah, it's kind of further Hayden's argument a little bit. I mean, Duggar's tied the state record with 4 touchdown catches, has 5 total, so it is a legitimate argument. But if you've got a state record all by your lonesome and you pass those names that we rambled off, it's going to be hard not to hand him the plaque afterwards.
So if Duggar catches one more touchdown, they will have both taken down a state record in this game.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's like shades of what was the Slade Camp for Stuttgart way back in the early 2000s.
Yeah. Here's Owens now. Gonna hand it off. No, he'll look to throw. Gonna go right side. Has a wide open man at the 45-yard line. And for McGhee, though,
the ball came out. Looks like Harding Academy is able to jump on it.
It was Elijah White who caught it, and now the officials are going to point to Harding Academy, and so they're going to get the football after the fumble.
Aaron Chisholm came out of the pile with it. And we're going to have to take a look at the replay, see if the ball came out before the receiver hit the ground. But the ruling on the field is a catch, a fumble, and recovered by Chisholm and Harding.
It was Wyatt Simmons who recovered it, and Coach Haddock's out at the numbers now looking at the officials. Take a look at that replay. As
the ball's definitely out.
Yeah.
The ball is definitely out. And
but what you didn't see on that, and I think that might be what Coach Haddock's talking about, is did they actually recover, or was there a scramble for it on the ground? You didn't see that at the end of the replay.
Yeah, but you got to remember that all plays are automatically reviewed as far as turnovers or scoring plays. So the coach does not have to challenge it or waste a challenge because of it. Now, he can call a timeout and hoping that they might take a little more time, but that was clear the first replay that the ball popped out.
4 turnovers tonight for McGhee in this game. And it looks like that they are going to proceed with 1st and 10, ball at the 41-yard line.
Yeah, that was a clear fumble, so no need to review it. And Harding Academy's offense try to put this one away.
Here's Sipe, still airing it out. Has a man. It's Duggar. Duggar down at the 10-yard line. He's going to be marked down at the 9.
That's going for the jugular right there. And Duggar and Sipe have had a huge day. 50 more yards for these two, and they're definitely wanting to put their name in the record book in the top of it. And Duggar was a broken tackle away from getting the top of that receptions list.
Did you say what the yardage was for a quarterback?
It's a big number.
Okay, just checking. As Sipe's going to pitch it to Miller. Miller's going to go work at left side. He'll be bottled up in the backfield and knocked out of bounds, as he's going to go out of bounds at the 16-yard line by Demarius Manning.
590 yards. State record. Chris Lammers, that I mentioned, Slade Camp, played in that game, the quarterback from Stuttgart way back in 2001.
You're not that far. I mean, you are. It's 100 yards, but Caden Sipes at 409 right now.
Puts him at 10th all time.
But he has the number. But he has the #1 record
in touchdowns, and that's what matters.
So Sipe, and now they've got movement on that by a wide receiver on that far side, and that'll back them up 5 yards.
Dead ball, false start by the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
Quarterbacks who've thrown for 350 yards or more in a state title game is a list. You're talking about Taylor Powell, Austin Allen, Dallas Hardison, Ty Story. How about Rhett Lashley? Josh Floyd's on this list. Braden Bratcher, Tyler Wilson, Stephen Locks. I mean, that's some big-time names.
Here's Sipe under pressure, steps up in the pocket, looks to throw, goes downfield, and he's got a touchdown. Just adding to that list now. As that time was able to hook up with his wide receiver, Carter Neal. And for Carter Neal, that is his 2nd touchdown reception of the season.
Just spreading it out, able to extend the play, and that's maybe the one thing that I didn't expect Sipe to be able to do so efficiently as he has been. Avoid pressure in the pocket, able to roll out, hit his target right there. And you may ask yourself, okay, why is Harding Academy going for 2 right here? They're trying to get to that sportsmanship rule.
Yeah. Clock is stopped right now at 9:15. Sipe fakes the handoff, looks to throw, comes back across the middle. It's good, as he was able to hook up with you-know-who, Ty Duggar.
And you may ask yourself, okay, what's it matter? What's the sportsmanship rule mean? Well, that means the clock's not going to stop from this point on. So that's no team has ever come back in a state championship game from a sportsmanship rule. Granted, a 33 or 34-point lead with 9 minutes left. Likely not going to come back from it anyway, but Harding Academy goes ahead and push it across the top, and 71 points.
Bob, I've never sat here and thought in a million years that we would have seen a 71-36 game from Harding Academy, and a McGhee team.
Giving up 10 points a game.
10 points a game all year long.
The state championship game record is 73 points scored, and that was by Stuttgart way back in 1949. So only the second team in Arkansas history to score 70 points in a game, and there's still 9.5 minutes left.
And Bobby, if you think about it, we still got 9:15 to play. I mean, this is
Yeah, Walter Woody and Leland Barclay better get the record book updated, because it's going to look drastically different next year. Going to have Harding Academy written all over it.
Here's Easter now, and he slips down at the 27-yard line, and that's where McGhee's going to have it. 5-yard return for Easter and McGhee, and so they'll have it 1st and 10 from there.
You know, we saw a lot of points last week. Pulaski Academy scored, was it 64 points, which was tied for the second most ever. And now we have a new number 2 with 71 here with Harding Academy.
You think that there's anybody on the sideline or in the press box that radios down and says you could have the record with 2 more points?
Yeah. Well, they've got the sportsmanship rule in their pocket, and I'd like to see them take the air out of it. But 9 minutes left, and you've seen the yards per play. They just popped it up there a lot.
Here's a tall sweep that goes right side to Easter. Easter working the edge, and Duggar pushes him out at the 37-yard line, and so it'll be a 1st down, and we're into 1st and 10.
How about McGhee averaging almost 10 yards a play, 8.3 per play before that one, 428 yards, and you're down by 35 points.
Hey, and by the way, you know, we were talking about how McGhee was giving up 10 points per game this season. Harding Academy was only giving up 15 points a game, and they've McGhee's hung 36 on them.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, it was 14-0 into the first quarter, so McGhee's done all this damage really in the second and third quarters. I mentioned 9.3 yards per play now for McGhee, but Harding Academy's getting 11 yards every time they snap the football.
Here's Owens. He's going to look to throw. Deep pass, left side, and overthrows his intended target. That time trying to hook up with Marcus Rose, and so that'll bring up 2nd down now for McGhee.
Don't forget, you want a copy of the state championship game, just go to mmproductions.net to place your order. And this is going to be a game that fans in Searcy will watch for years to come, because Harding Academy has been putting on a clinic on offense.
Caden Zipe for sure will probably want a copy by going to mmproductions.net. 430 yards passing, 8 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's got a QB rating of 305.6. Here's an inside handoff that goes to the left, and that time for McGhee, it was Tyreek Newman who was able to take it around the edge and pick up about 5 yards, and Peyton Cole was there to make the stop. So they're going to officially give him 6 yards, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 4 for McGhee as the ball is spotted at the 44-yard line.
Nice job by Ryan Barnes, the guard, to pull around and pick up a block. 57 there in wide, 5'11", 235, just a junior. Really nice job of pulling around and getting a hat on a hat.
Owens fumbled the snap. Now going to take it himself, straight up the middle. Going to pick up a couple yards. I mean, he just has to lay down, and he's almost got the 1st down. And he's about a yard shy. No, they are gonna give it to him. So that'll bring up 1st and 10 for McGhee as the clock rolls at 6:15 and counting.
That's when it's advantageous to be 6'5" and 220. Didn't panic, able to pick up the football, just lower his shoulder and get a new set of downs for the Owls.
All at the 47-yard line.
Not sure I was expecting 107 combined points today, but here we are.
Owens going to look to throw. Pump fake. Now comes back left side, has Easter. Easter's got it out to the 25-20. He's off to the races. 15-10-5 touchdown. It's 53 yards on the pitch and catch. And McGhee, you said how many points you weren't expecting. They're just going to add to it. They've got 42 now.
Yeah, we're updating the record board as we go. Just the 6th time that 2 teams have had over 1,000 yards of offense. Pretty impressive. First time in the modern era a team has scored 70. And we're not done yet.
No, we're not done
Still
yet.
5.5 minutes left.
Oh, Harding Academy said that McGhee just scored, so we got to score again. That's kind of been the.
We also have a new record: the most combined points ever scored in a state championship game.
I think we're gonna.
I can't do math. Give me an abacus. What do we got here?
Yeah,
113 points. Thank you, Troy.
Wow.
Big shout out to Troy Mitchell. He's done a great job of keeping us in line.
Yes, for sure. Now here is the 2-point conversion, and they're going to walk into the end zone. That's Owens that time.
Get 115 points.
And it's now 71-44.
Wow. I believe the old record was that Greenwood Pulaski Academy shootout from way back in the day. Tyler Wilson. Hard to believe, 115 points. Hayden, can you count to 115?
If I get a calculator, you know, it's funny. I was actually just standing next to Sipe, and he's cheering on his defense, trying to get these guys going. I leaned over to him, and I said, you know you broke a state record for touchdown passes, right? And he said, what? Are you kidding me? I said, yeah, man. Hey, I said, you broke it just on that last one alone. I said, do you realize that? He goes, all classifications? I said, yeah, man, you broke the record. Congratulations. He said, man. And then we talked about total points. I said, you got the points too, 70 since 1949. He goes, 1949? Do you know anybody alive since then? And I was like, nah, yeah.
Here's the onside kick that is recovered at the 45.
The thing about it is, there's 5:40 left in this contest.
I know it.
You know, it's granted, the starting offense is back out there for Harding Academy. It's a 27-point lead. Still got the starters out there. The clock is going to run once they blow it ready for play, but not out of the realm of possibility they get the all-time scoring record, modern era or not.
So, with 5:39 to play in the fourth quarter, Harding Academy leads at 71-44.
So just to recap it, record for most points scored in a game, number 2 for points scored by a team, most passing touchdowns, tied for the record for most receiving touchdowns.
You want to write all this down?
No,
So
I've got it all.
At the end of the game, we can talk.
I'll regurgitate it. Like the guy did in the first game. If you saw that, there was a little breakfast malfunction in the early game today.
Yes. Hayden Sipe, 22 of 27. I think that's even the more impressive thing.
Yep.
He is only mishapped on 5 passes.
Yeah, really classy move there by Harding Academy. They take a timeout, allow their starting offense to come off the field and get a nice round of applause from the crowd who made the drive over from Searcy. And well, they put on a show. That starting offense really impressive, led by a record 8 touchdown passes by Caden Sipe.
Yeah, no, that a lot of fun to watch. So now you got a new group of guys in the ball game, and your new quarterback for Harding Academy as they look over to get the sign. Looks like it's going to be Aaron Chisholm. .5:12 to play in this one. As trying to get the sign.
Waiting for the ball to be put in play. So it looks like 11 going to be in. Cade Smith. And Chisholm back in the backfield as well. There we go. There we get a whistle.
Put it in play, and so Aaron Chisholm's going to be your quarterback with Cade Smith off to the left. You've also got Ryan McGhee in, as well as Kyler Hoover. On the near side, Jack Kitty's in. As Chisholm's just going to fall on it. I said that was Chisholm. That was Cade Smith who fell on it. And so that'll bring up second down after they lose 4 yards on the play.
A new offensive line in for Harding Academy. A lot of young guys going to get some reps in the state championship game. That's going to be invaluable moving forward. You'll see if Harding Academy makes it back to this point next year. You can watch the PBS programs you love whenever you want with Arkansas PBS Passport. Learn about this on-demand streaming benefits at myarkansaspbs.org.
4:18 and counting left in this one. 71-44. As Cade Smith going to have 5 wide receivers in the formation. Also in the ball game, Nate Justice is in at wide out. Trying to get all those offensive linemen in as well.
I don't know if we're going to get to the record for most yards in a game, RJ.
Snap is over the head
going the right
of
direction.
Smith, and he is going to lose about 6 yards on the play, and that time to come in was Channing Woodson to make the stop, so that'll bring up 3rd down.
Had an even 1,100 yards before that snap, the record for most yards ever in a championship game. Get this, 1,301. That was in the 2006 Greenwood-Pulaski Academy game.
Oh, wow.
I believe, no, the historians correct me if I'm wrong, Greenwood went for 2 late in that game, like 5 seconds left to win it.
Wow.
Tyler Wilson, of course, those great PA teams from the 2000s.
1,300 yards is just
silly.
Yeah, wow.
But we've got 1,100 yards tonight.
Yeah, that is true. 115 total points. As here's the snap. Smith's going to roll out, going to look to throw. He's going to throw it downfield, and
great play.
Did he catch it? Looks like they say caught it.
Nice job by Kyle Hoover.
Yeah,
Lays out for it.
Kyle Hoover had to go down low and snag that one. And so that's going to bring up 4th down for Harding Academy.
Yeah, nice throw. Even better catch. Hoover just lays out, gets his hands underneath the football. It's a perfect shot at it. Maybe trapped it.
19-yard reception.
McGhee's going to burn a timeout. Might have trapped that one a bit. And looks like we are going to review it.
No,
the replay official has stepped out onto the field.
Oh, there he comes. And so, yeah, they're going to go take.
Coach is wanting to challenge the play.
So
that's a good challenge. It looked like he might have trapped it.
So that they're going to take a look at it. Let's go back down to Hayden on the sideline. Hayden, you know, you see all the 2nd and 3rd teamers come in. It's always an exciting time when you score 71, but I mean to get some of those younger guys in.
Oh, yeah, always an exciting mood. You can hear a lot of these sophomores talking about how much they would love to score a touchdown in a state championship ball game, and getting a lot of playing time and giving these seniors and guys that have played so well record-setting performance the recognition they deserve. But sort of the rumors and the conversation started about Sipe and his record-setting night. There's parents and fans yelling, "You broke the record! You broke the record!" He's let's just say it's a very festive atmosphere down here on the Harding Academy sideline as they are about 2.5 minutes away from going back-to-back.
You know, it just got pointed out to me, and I know because of COVID they're not having Christmas parades or anything like that this year, but, you know, last year there was a team from Searcy in a state championship game.
That's right.
It was the Searcy Lions, and, you know, they were going to be in that Christmas parade last year, and, you know, we're going to have to do some type of
they both won a title last year.
Yeah, but I mean, now you're going to have Harding Academy back going to, they're going to have to go to the 2021 Christmas parade.
Yeah, and you're going to socially distance your parades. Yeah, so, I mean, this one looked pretty obvious, but they're going to go over it, and, you know, it doesn't matter the point of the game or the score on the scoreboard. They want to make sure they get the play right, and that's why this review is taken over. But they also moved the yard marker.
Yes.
Moved obviously the clock. Doesn't matter because it's going to be a running clock anyway. You got to find out the original line of scrimmage and things like that. So it's not just as simple as a catch or no catch.
So as the officials look at that over there on the sideline to get the exact markers and everything like that. We've got 2:36 to play here in the 4th quarter, and Harding Academy on top 71-44. Don't forget, folks, that coming up in basketball season in March, we will bring you all the action right here on Arkansas PBS Sports. Scott Inman will rejoin us in March, and we will talk about all that. Here's the call.
After review, the pass was incomplete. 4th down at the 33-yard line. Please reset the clock to 2:56.
So officially it was not a catch, so they'll back that up. But going back to the point, we'll have Scott back in March. We want to say for those that have asked, Scott is with his family, and we do miss him here with our broadcast crew, but he'll be rejoining us in March. And when we carry the high school basketball state championships from Summit Bank Arena or Bank OZK Arena down in Hot Springs.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have happen to us what happened last year. You know, a worldwide pandemic hit right in the middle of the state finals. We got day 1 in. Days 2 and 3 were canceled.
Boy, think about that. We were,
Hot Springs, what happened.
Yeah, it all started when we were on the air doing basketball last year. So.
Yeah, it started during the early games.
Yes.
Like, the whole murmur was, oh, there's no way they're going to cancel the state finals.
Yeah.
And then it got to those second group of games and like, okay, maybe we play these with no fans. And then by the time we finished that late broadcast, everything for the night session was canceled.
Here's a quick kick that is going to hit at the 34-yard line, take a Harding Academy roll to the 30, and so McGhee will have it 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line with 2:20 and counting here in the ball game. 36-yard punt for Harding Academy, and they're going to have it from there. You know, we talked about Harding Academy. They won their state championship last year here and really been somewhat dominant over the 2000s. They won last year, then they won in 2015, 2012, 2002, and then before 2002, the last championship they won was 1983.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, pretty impressive run. Anytime you go back-to-back, you know, this is going to be their 26th consecutive win against a school from the state of Arkansas. And one thing I found very fascinating, all 6 of the state champions went undefeated against schools from the state of Arkansas. Shiloh Christian's only loss was to a school from Oklahoma. Harding's only loss going to be to a school from Tennessee. Bryant's, Pulaski Academy, Greenwood, and Fordyce all went undefeated.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Wyatt Simmons there to make the stop as Tyreek Newman was able to get the carry for McGhee, and then brings up 2nd down after a 3-yard pickup. So to bring up 2nd down and 7, a minute 30 left here in the 3A state championship game.
Of course, we'll hear from the winning coach. Maybe try to track down Caden Seif, Mr. Record holder, after the game. And of course, we're on Gatorade watch. Harding Academy coach better get his head on a swivel.
So it brings up a 2nd down. And I hand it off. Here goes Easter on the right side. Flag down back at the 30-yard line, and Easter's going to get the 1st down, and he'll be pushed all the way to the 45-yard line. But we'll check the penalty flag.
Have a holding by the offense. Be a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat, 2nd down.
I can't think of too many holding calls today. It's been a pretty clean game.
Yeah.
Most of the penalties have been pre-snap. So that's what you like to see.
Harding Academy didn't give you much time to call holding.
True.
I mean,
that's true. The ball came out pretty quick. You want to watch this game? You can do it all over again next week. Watch all these championship games, 7A down to 2A, on YouTube, youtube.com/Arkansas PBS.
58 seconds remaining in this one. It's 71-44.
115 points. So this game's going to go down in the record books, at least for till next year.
Yes.
It's crazy what these offenses are doing these days.
So Owens is going to take the snap, hand it off. It'll go straight up the middle, and it'll be a pickup of about 3 yards on the play.
We do not have to run another play, and most of the McGhee Owls are walking to the sideline, so that's going to do her.
Samuel Swindle made the tackle that time. I tell you, you were talking about Gatorade watch here on the Harding Academy sideline. I haven't seen anybody pick it up.
Oh, they had to make sure it was full. That's the thing. It's like you don't want to dump a half-full bucket on the coach. You got to make sure it's completely full. I think that's what they're doing over here underneath.
Have to try to fill it up, and
gotta hurry.
Doesn't matter though, because the ball game is over, and Harding Academy, they are your back-to-back Class 3A state champions, as they win it by a final score of 71-44 over McGhee. And well, I tell you what though, you know, impressive performance by the Wildcats. McGhee has nothing to hang their heads about. I mean, you hung 44 on a very good Harding Academy team that was only giving up 15 points a game.
498 yards of total offense for McGhee. Outside of that first quarter, they were going blow for blow with Harding Academy, where the McGhee Owls, they just could not get that defensive stop when they needed it to, and that's why Harding Academy is celebrating another 3A state championship.
Well, here momentarily, Neil Evans will check in with Hayden Balgamy. We'll do it after the break as you're watching the Centennial Bank State Football Championships on Arkansas PBS Sports.
For students, It's always more fun to include the arts when you're learning. I mean, just to have expression, to see different forms of entertainment, it always just makes it more fun. And when I heard that my mother was recording different sections that teachers were going to see, I was excited for the students who will get to use it in their classroom.
Arkansas PBS is a place where everyone can see themselves, where everyone can find themselves, where everyone can be a part of something bigger than themselves.
Broadcast of this championship game is made possible by
the Cherokee Nation, our people, our culture, our history, our future. To learn more, go to visitcherokeenation.com and say hello to the Cherokee Nation.
You'll find us at the end of a lot of long country roads, covering over 60% of the great state of Arkansas to provide reliable power to over 500,000 homes, farms, and businesses. The Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, your local energy partners.
John's Honda, your hometown dealer for sales and service of Honda motorcycles, ATVs, Honda generators, and Honda lawnmowers. Family owned and operated since 1967, John's Honda offers factory-certified technicians and experienced sales staff.
Farmers and Merchants Bank and the Bank of Fayetteville share the mission of Arkansas PBS to enrich and empower all Arkansans. Community, dignity, respect. That's what Me Banking is all about. More at mebanking.com.
(71-44), your final score in the Class 3A state championship game, as they're passing out all the hardware on the field right now. Okay, Bobby, we were talking about it during the broadcast. Your MVP goes to whom?
It's got to go to Caden Sipe. You know, early on, I was beating the drum for Ty Duggar, the receiver, 10 catches, 248 yards, and 4 touchdowns. But if you set a record for most passing touchdowns ever in a high school football state championship game with 8, it's got to go to Caden Sipe.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you know, I talked about it, the 305.6 passer rating in this one. That's almost unheard of. Yeah. And really just did everything. You know, outside of making tackles for this football team. Now, you were looking it up just a moment ago, and Ty Duggar, not only did he have an outstanding offensive game with 248 yards of offense and 4 scores, but he also did well on defense.
Yeah, had a pick 6 and also second on the team in tackles with 6 stops as McGhee gets their runner-up trophy. And now Harding Academy is about to take home their gold hardware. It's just, I mean, you're talking, you need big-time performances, and you can't even bat an eye at what Sipe and Duggar were able to do for the offense.
Yeah, they were both outstanding, and just an outstanding performance by the entire team. It's funny, you were looking over at the scoring recap, and
didn't fit on the page.
It didn't fit all on the one-sheeter they handed to us. So
normally the one-sheeter is more than enough space. And what's crazy about this Harding Academy numbers, we're not even talking about Andrew Miller. 7 catches, 117 yards, 2 touchdowns. Also had 62 yards on the ground. So 175 yards of offense, 2 scores, and he's not even getting mentioned as far as this.
And you know, so much about this McGhee offense, we talk about it's the wing T offense, right? That you would think that they are the type that's just going to pound you with the run. Well, Jordan Owens for McGhee, 10 of 20 passing, 248 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 2 picks. I mean, not bad for a wing T offense.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, you're talking balance, 248 through the air, 250 on the ground. Against any other game, McGee's winning this easily. Yeah. But tonight they just ran into a buzzsaw of an offense with Harding Academy.
And for the rushing department for McGhee, Jody Easter had 8 carries for 120 yards and a touchdown, as well as Woodson, who had 8 carries for 103 yards and a touchdown.
8 yards a carry for McGhee. As we take a look at some of the highlights tonight, and there was plenty of them, we could probably fill the next 10 minutes with touchdown plays from this contest. But the one thing is just Harding Academy always had an answer. McGhee never could get that big defensive stop. They cut it to 14 points on at least 2 different occasions, maybe 3. Had the football in one instance, but they never could get that big stop. They never could fully swing the momentum their way, and that's why they finish up as a runner-up.
Let's take a look at the final stats on the screen, and when you look at it, I mean, just lots of big numbers in this one. Is over 1,000 yards of total offense between the two teams. The Wildcats 601 to the 498 for the Owls. Rushing, you know, the rushing department, at halftime, McGhee was trailing in that department, and they led with 250 yards rushing to the 171 for the Wildcats. Of course, passing 430 to 248, and time of possession pretty much even, yards per play. Still, both of them, 9.6 and 10.2 on yards per play.
Yeah, you're talking about at least 9.5 yards every time the ball was snapped today. Really impressive. These offenses came to play, but Harding just a better team.
Okay, let's head down the field and talk with Hayden Balgavy. He's got Neil Evans, the head coach of the winning Harding Academy Wildcats.
Coach, we were just talking about it. Not only a state championship, not only back-to-back, a record-setting night. What does this mean, the numbers that you guys were able to put up?
Well, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but the score reflects that we had a pretty spectacular night offensively. And, man, our offensive coordinator, Will Francis, did just an outstanding job putting together a game plan. And you know, of course, the players have to go out and execute that. And so just felt like we could be explosive, and we knew that their defense was going to be very aggressive, and we felt like we could take some shots, and we were able to.
Well, I may be breaking some news to you, but your quarterback is now the all-time leader in touchdown passes in a state championship game.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, and you know, we know him personally because he goes to our school, but man, that guy exemplifies everything that you would want in a high school football player. The way he carries himself in the classroom, the way he treats people, and so for him to be rewarded like that tonight is just, it couldn't happen to a better kid.
Well, he's your MVP. We had a little debate about halfway through the fourth quarter, is it going to be him or Duggar tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they both played outstanding, and two seniors that have meant the world to our football program, especially the past 2 years, and you know, they're a huge part of us getting back here, and they're guys that will go down in Far Harding Academy history.
Back-to-back titles, what does this mean to you personally, the city of Searcy, and of course your school?
Well, I don't know what it means to me personally. Certainly it's satisfying, but I'm just happy because our fans have an opportunity to kind of escape reality for a little bit, and high school football has provided that, and it means a lot to the community, you know, to be able to bring it back, and yeah, it's special.
Coach, congratulations. Thank you so much again. Harding Academy, your 3A state champions this season. Guys, that'll put a bow on the season. It's hard to believe 2020 high school football, that's a wrap. But as you guys were talking about earlier, didn't know if we were going to get to this point. We have officially made it, and it's awesome. We got football.
Thank you, Hayden, and great stuff all weekend long. Is you're 71-44. Hey, you know, Coach said something right there. Will Francis is offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Wasn't a bad quarterback at Harding Academy.
Yeah, as soon as he said that name, I was like, yeah, a lot of defensive coordinators are going to remember him from his playing days.
Yes.
And obviously, he put together a master of a game plan. And the players went out and executed. The one-on-one battles, and I've mentioned it a couple times throughout the broadcast, they consistently won them. And they're undefeated against Arkansas schools for a reason. They've won back-to-back titles for a reason. They've got a good scheme, but they also got players that go out and execute it, and they almost did it to perfection tonight.
It was a lot of fun, boy. And as you said earlier, never did we think we were going to sit down here at 6:40 tonight and have 71-44.
Yeah, 115 combined points, almost 1,100 yards of offense, a record-setting day from a quarterback, a record-tying day from a receiver. And, oh, by the way, a McGhee team who finished runner-up had almost 500 yards of offense with explosive play after explosive play. If you like high school football and you like scoring, tonight was a pretty good night.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And the last 2 weekends have been a lot of fun. It all started in the 7A game. Bryant, North Little Rock, Bryant, three-peats. You had 6A games going on. Greenwood does what they do. Won another state championship. Then you had 5A with Pulaski Academy. 2A, Fordyce went back-to-back. And then tonight, or today rather, the 4A championship. What a lot of fun that was. Then tonight in the 3A game. So a lot of good football.
Yeah, Shiloh Christian able to bounce back, lost in the finals last year, obviously won in emphatic fashion today, pretty impressive. And then tonight, what can you say about Caden Sipe other than he's on the field with Hayden?
Yeah, he's down there with Hayden right now. Take it away, Hayden.
Well, gentlemen, I'm now talking to the all-time leader in touchdown passes in a state championship ball game. 8 TDs, that's it, huh?
Yeah, I got really good receivers. I have really good O-line, and they just make me look good.
So I broke some news to you on the sideline when I tell what's going through your head?
Really, it's just so much excitement. This is something we've worked for all our lives, and making it back-to-back and ending my senior year on a high is just so much fun.
Well, you're their MVP. We had a little debate on the broadcast tonight about halfway through the fourth quarter. Was it going to you or going to Duggar tonight? We didn't know.
He is an amazing player. He blows my mind with the stuff he does on the field. He He's always open. He just makes me look good the whole game.
Well, I know you get the individual accolades too, but the big one tonight, back-to-back state championships. What does this mean to you for your school?
I mean, it's everything. It's everything we've worked for a while now. It means so much to these coaches and these players, and especially the senior class. Like I said, just ending on a high note.
Well, congratulations. Going to let you celebrate the record setter himself, ladies and gentlemen. When you look in the future, 2020, 2030, 2040, your name at the top of that touchdown list.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Man, and he's humble too, guys. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Thanks, Hayden. As that
Thanks
was
so much, man. Really
Caden Sipe, as they, 430 yards passing, 8 touchdowns.
It's impressive. We went down the list. I mean, those are names that high school football fans are going to remember for decades. We're talking Ty Story and Tyler Wilson. I mean, those are just a couple names. Of course, all the Pulaski Academy quarterbacks they've had through the years. And now Sipe going to be at number 1 on that list, you think, for a long time.
Yeah.
But then again, you never know.
Well, there's so many people to thank. I tell you, it's been an outstanding last couple of weeks, as we were just talking about. Want to give a big shout out to the Arkansas PBS folks that have worked so hard over really the last month and a half as we were doing interviews to get ready for all this. CJ and all the camera guys that are, look right there. Well, go ahead, go ahead and wave at all of them, because they all out in the cold all weekend long did an outstanding job up top. All of our camera folks just doing an outstanding job battling the weather all day today and down there on the field. But our producers, everybody just did an outstanding job for Arkansas PBS. Mason Woolbright, who's in the truck, directed this thing up. Matt Johnson, our engineer, just did an outstanding job. Want to thank Troy Mitchell, who was providing stats to us throughout all 3 weekends. He and his team come up each and every week to do that. So a lot of folks that really do this, and I know that I left a lot of people off. You'll see them in the credits after this is over with. But, once again, I want to say we're thinking about Scott Inman and his family. As Scott will rejoin us in basketball.
Yeah, it's a great time. And, of course, you mentioned there's not enough time to thank everybody, but hard to believe it's going to be another year before we're back here at War Memorial Stadium. You've mentioned a couple times. We'll be in Hot Springs in March, ready to hand out some more trophies.
Can't forget, I cannot stop. And Tanisha and CJ, those two right there, hardest working folks in TV. So, for that being said, 71-44. I'm almost out of words because we talked so much tonight. 71-44 was your final score. For Hayden Balgavy, Bobby Swafford, I'm RJ Hawk. Until basketball season, when we bring you the state finals, this has been the 3A state championship game presented by Centennial Bank on Arkansas PBS Sports.